G'day everyone, and welcome along to You Say I Draw, where every Saturday night, usually at 7 p.m. London, 2 p.m. New York, and a silly 6 a.m. in Australia, Sydney, we spend some time together drawing on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. You say what to draw in the chat, and I draw it. So welcome along to everyone there. Tonight's theme is the 12 Hours of Christmas Part 1. So instead of having the 12 Days of Christmas, it'll be the 12 hours. So in terms of part 1, I'll do 6 hours tonight, and then next week we'll do 6 hours as well. So that is the general theme, being Christmas, trying to think of keeping it in that realm of sort of Christmas-related things, but it is an open topic, so pretty much anything that you can think of and you want to drop down there, then we'll consider it. If you stumbled across this and never seen me before, welcome. I'm an artist based in London, England. I'm on all social media, but best place to get me is on my website, mattelder.com. And you can subscribe to my newsletter there and get alerted of when I stream and content and videos as well. So as you can probably see on the screen at the moment, you got the show sponsor, which is mckatsum.com. They're holiday homes in Margate and Broadstairs, just 75 minutes east of London, UK. Great for a holiday staycation or weekend getaway, and can just have a quick little look. So you got high spec apartments in there, all well and set out. And the other one has a Lego wall as well, which will appeal to some people here. So you can always visit mckatsum.com for more details on that. Just a general heads up, my streams are drama-free zones and family-friendly content. So please be respectful in the chat, no bullying or triggering or profanities. And if you like what you see, don't be afraid to hit that thumbs up button, or even considering subscribing, as it's always helpful. Occasionally I get people making requests as to where they can purchase some of the artwork and things that I do, and particularly some of the ones coming out of these streams if there's topics. And we'll just change the banner over. It's always a good reminder. You'll see it scrolling along the bottom there. It'll be mattelder.com/shop, or just DM me directly, or whatever takes your fancy in terms of getting in contact and touch. So I think with that sort of gets the formal sort of stuff out of the way there. Let's just flick this across so we can see. I'll stop the screen sharing there, and here we go in here. So let's have a look, see who we've got in tonight. Juan, hello, great to see you. Always good to see you around. I think I missed last week's one. Or was it the week before? Tazzy, great to see you. Space Odyssey, John Rosie, great to have you in. BJ Animated Films, that's I think you're. Can't remember if I saw you last week, but anyhow, welcome along. So we're starting to get some suggestions here. So I think we've got a Santa's sleigh as well. So I'll get that one down. And that was John. And I've even gone through, let me just cue up the music. Got some Christmas music, because after 20 odd streams, even I was starting to go a little bit crazy with some of other ambient music we had recycling through. Welcome alongside, great to have you in. Hope that you're going well, and obviously you've just come off Greg's London Eye stream, which is cool. Hope that you're going well. And let's see now. I think we're pretty much good to go then. And Crystal, thanks for popping in. What are you're saying? Potion Nova with a Christmas hat from My Little Pony. Okay, just writing that down. I think Juan, you sent through some stuff earlier. Put that there as well. Let's just have a quick little look here. We got Tazzy, Harry Potter, Hogwarts, Hogwarts Feast, or Castle at Christmas. Still remember doing the Hogwarts Castle from the Castles theme way back when. That one took a little while to do. And John has also suggested, is that Krampus or Krampus? Let's have a quick little see what Krampus is. A morphic creature, half goat, half demon, who during the Christmas season punishes children who have been misbehaved. Contrasts with Saint Nick, who rewards well-behaved children with gifts. Okay, no, I have to check that one out. That looks kind of interesting. Okay, let's just get these started. How is everyone this evening? And hello to Cabbage Face. Great to have you along. Hopefully you're well this evening. The theme being the 12 hours of Christmas. So, well, we're sort of leaning into the Christmas bent. If there's anything that you want drawn tonight, it's sort of a bit of an open topic. Funny Figs, welcome along. Great to have you in. Hope that you are well. I think, well, yeah. Saying hello, and there's even a sexy sigh. What is it when I think of something like that? I'm thinking of Right Said Fred, I'm too sexy. Get on there. Okay, let's start with a nice little warm up here. Cabbage Face, I caught part of your Coliseum stream the other night. How did that go? How far did you get with that one? Seemed that you're a bit more relaxed than the week before. I did manage to move the camera a little bit, so hopefully this might focus a bit better than we've had in the past. So it certainly feels like a bit of a strange year this year. I guess that's a bit of an understatement, but we went out earlier today to drop some food around to some family, and yeah, as we're sort of going through the main bit of town, there was people just everywhere, which is disconcerting. It's like, I mean, obviously it doesn't feel like the usual sort of Christmas where you can't move and traffic's stuck and everyone's doing stuff, but it was noticeable. And Sai is saying an epic Times Square Christmas tree. Okay. So note that one down. Times Square, Christmas tree. And one, yeah, my phone's beeped with something, so I'm sure you pick up what you've sent through. That's it, yes. Welcome along. Hope that you're having a good evening. You have to look at the tree in Rock Center from behind glass. You have to schedule a time in to see it. It's a bit sad because this time of year in NYC is the best. Yeah, I would imagine. Usually with the way that they've got different parts of Christmas and everything lit up like that. I want to do this one. It's not got to do what you got to do in this hustle and bustle of the windy streets of NYC right now. There's shutting down indoor dining again. I feel for business owners, most immigrant families. Yeah, certainly. We've got a couple of the holiday houses, and they've just been hammered this year. Just when we thought things were starting to recover, they then go through and another regional lockdown. So that's pretty much killed the Christmas trade, which usually outside of summer holidays, it's usually one of the better months. So, anyhow. Any plans off on the shelf ideas already suggested the watching ReZero video on? Yep, no, I got that there. The wife actually organizes most of that. She's always been into it and does a great job of it. And we just figured this year, well, why don't we actually just make a few videos of it? That's serious good news. There's snow this week on multiple days. When it starts before Christmas, we usually have a heavy winter. Bring it on, Mother Nature. Locked in anyways. Yeah, seriously, the sort of things like not really going anywhere, not really doing anything. Give us your worst. Come on. Round out the year. I mean, it's funny to think back to the beginning of the year, before Corona kicked in, just with, I think, what was it? Australia was on fire, somewhere was flooding. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, this year happened. John Rosie, on next week's yousayidraw, should put it in Santa's hat on the main. You should put a Santa hat on the man with the blue t-shirt and thumbnail. Oh, yeah. No, I don't know what you're talking about. That's, yeah. No, I've, as with everything, it's just getting the time. So I still haven't even properly put up the sketches from last week. I've got them scanned, just got to pull them together into that usual one-pager. I think I did the short on it. So at the moment doing Elf on the Shelf Daily Short, Lego Harry Potter Advent Calendar Daily Short, and then probably gonna start like a 12 Days of Disney one, because we went to Euro Disney last year around this time, Christmas, New Year's. So it's all decked out in, you know, Disneyland with Christmas decorations and all that. It's pretty sweet. So just looking back through some of those images and videos today, so might do some shorts of those as well, just to such a shame. So yeah, it's how is that music coming through? It's probably a really different tempo from what we're normally used to. It's usually a little bit more chill. So I've really gotten sucked into the new Greek mythology open world game. I usually never have time, but lately I'm hooked on my Switch. Which one is that? Is it just called Greek mythology, or? John, do you plan on getting more Elf on the Shelves? I do. I'm not sure any more is scheduled to stop in, but who knows? You never know. What's John? Some of the best or the funniest things you've had your ones do? So, start years of Disney sounds good right about now. People have more patience waiting in line after what's been going on. Yeah, Euro Disney was a really interesting one, because the year before we'd actually been to, I can never remember, the one in Florida. Is it Disney World or Disneyland? So you got to see the two contrasts between Euro Disney and the American version. The thing which just amazed us about the American one is the number of mobility scooters that were there. It was just phenomenal. Like, you barely see any of those over here, but it's like in the States, it was like every second person had one. And half the time it just seemed like they're almost using it as like a default, I wouldn't say shopping trolley, but just to carry their stuff around in, rather than, you know, just load up the mobility scooter with all your bags and food and whatever else. Kazi, the hat is a great idea. Maybe a Christmas jumper. Okay, yeah, Christmas jumper as well. What bad things can we put on a Christmas jumper? It's called Immortals Phoenix Rising. It's Assassin's Creed mixed with Breath of the Wild. I enjoy puzzle dungeons like Zelda. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you certainly love your Zelda and do some fantastic little mocks and the like with it. So I would imagine that would appeal and be straight up your alley. Again, I'm not a huge gamer, but it seems anyway better than Cyberpunk, etc. It'll be one of those games with tons of YouTube videos because it's the new open world trend. Okay. Yeah, I've seen one or two people with, I think is it Cyberpunk 2077 or something? So, John Miles trashed the house with pants, and they also got bowls and then filled up the kitchen with the naughtiest things. Yeah. Doc, welcome along. Going well. How are you going? Hope things going well in your part of the world. Just trying to think. I don't. Doc, tell me you're not talking about that game against. You might be, but to be fair, I did ask what people are up to, so. I mean, let's face it, if it's a cross-tangentially related to Zelda, he's going to be all over it, so. Let's go for something a little bit darker. Maybe we should drop the yellow in first. Yes, I'm playing as well. Not my fault. I have good taste in intellectual video games. LOL. In that case, I'm sure Doc will be on it in no time. Brett Spills, great to have you in. Hope that you are having a good evening. As we start getting through Christmas, thinking about next year and that monorail stream with you. We'll have to start figuring out when in January to do that. So we got that to do, and then want to get Funny Figs on for like a a multiplayer sort of draw stream or something. That would be cool. And if there's anybody else out there who ever wants to jump on and do that as well. Yep, I've received something. I just haven't checked it yet. I always want to get through this one. Studies for the record, he asked. Yep. John, I think I'm going to start collecting off on the shelves because I've got so many now. Yeah, they're starting to bring out a fair number of them. Katie Trace saying hello, and Brett saying hello to everyone else. Cool. Excellent. Studies, you're I know a while ago you were having some issues with your hand, and that has that never sorted itself out, or is that just going to be a long-term thing? But certainly, if you ever want to do a bit of a stream sketching with me or whatever, it'd be great to have you on. But if not, let's go. Everyone's saying hi. Cool. To get a little bit of. I'm supposed to have surgery on my left hand, like I still have from a car accident. One thing got destroyed in my body, my left hand, as an artist. Yeah, I know. It's just... Okay, cool. Oh. Usually see go easy round. Really want to just have to. Started for didn't try to save my dog, but he's well fit. My hand, hopefully soon, vaccine, I can have the surgery I need. I have to do a specialist thing, it's not safe in NYC right now. I was sketching therapy. Thanks for okay, cool. Yeah, I know someone who recently went in for surgery. And it's If everything goes well, it's not an issue, but there's a bit of a complication. And because you can't have family around at the moment, it makes it really challenging. Because at least normally if you have somebody around, then you've got somebody else who can be an advocate, because if you're doing surgery and you're half drugged out of your head or whatever, or you're not sure what's going on, or not necessarily in control of the full mental state. Yeah. I lost an older family during the pandemic because I saw a doctor put it there, so the families just play safe. Yeah, it's it's a really interesting time with anything which isn't directly COVID related. Been really interesting doing some of the shorts. There's been a couple of which I've done, which has been like, how to draw Mario in less than a minute, and what was the other one? How to color an Among Us character. And when I've uploaded both of those ones, YouTube has pinged them for being age-restricted content. Which, showing someone how to draw a picture and how to color something in age-restricted content. It's kind of funny. It's basically, when they say age-restricted, it's meant to be like, heavy violence or, all that sort of hard stuff. So, young kids are not meant to be getting access to it. So, the first time I appealed it, and I think they lifted the restriction within about 6 or 7 hours. And then the next one I appealed, I think the restriction got lifted within about 5 minutes. So, it's been interesting with that. I just can't remember. It's something like 500 hours of content is uploaded to YouTube every minute or every second? So they've obviously got the first pass is all bots and things, and try to pick out what's what in the content. But it's just so funny because the content is like the most basic kid things. how to color something in, how to draw something. Oh, inappropriate, age restricted. But my great aunt was in her 90s. There's not much you can do, unfortunately. She lived a pretty long life. Just puts things in perspective. Oh, sorry to hear that. Yeah. Just gotta be really careful with everything. It's crazy how fast Fall Guys fell to Among Us. Yeah. Even I sort of noticed that people were streaming with Fall Guys, and then all of a sudden it became about Among Us. Which I don't mind because I quite like drawing the Among Us stuff. I think I want to do like I did, the 60 odd general franchises and things. But given all the Star Wars announcements the other day, I want to do one of these maybe with just Star Wars characters. So Darth Vader and all that sort of stuff. I think I'm going to have to quickly grab a pot of water because I want to do a quick little white paint thing. One sec. So they shouldn't flag mashup art, but unfortunately there's many people that don't truly understand the art form and just do everything. It's flag on artists like us. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Shift 6789. Haven't seen you before. Welcome along. Presents falling. Is that your general suggestion? Do that. Start to do something about to take things down. This giant soft cyclops in your name. What is that? Revenge for Doc. You're avenging Doc. I think I'll pretty much call that one there. There's one or two little nudie bits I'm just saying. But yeah, otherwise, I get carried away with this one. I'll still be going. Okay, so first one now. Let's see how that looks. Okay. I think we'll go that way. What's this? Study will thank me later when he actually tries the game. Giant Cyclops. Doc, is that a reference to my stunning eyes? I'm sure it probably is. Yeah, it's Greek mythology in this game. He just, the first enemy I approached. He's kind of pink. He looks like Christmas poker right now. Oh, the music changed. I was getting down to the proverbial Christmas tunes. Doc, LOL, so you're out to slay me. Oh, man. Yeah. Doc Samson, creepier, oh man. It's funny to see the younger generation fat shame Boba Fett. These young kids look like Boba Fett's look fat. These old kids. I'm taking it that's the original actor who played Boba from the Empire and Return of the Jedi? Oh, and the cutscene from Star Wars? Or is it a different one? I mean, that's the one huge difference you notice between British TV and American TV is like, you know, all the, in the main, most of the actors on American TV, they're all, you know, incredibly fit and trim and, you know, good looking and everything like that. Whereas in the UK, you get a broad mix and diversity. Stud. He has the robe on under his armor and it gives him Babu bottom TV. I find it too funny that kids say that about him. They actually say Boba's fat. The actor came in during Clone Wars, different guy in the suit back then. Okay, yeah. The actor is just old in reality. The new robe, I don't think doesn't help, but looks cool for the story. It's just funny, kids would say that. Yeah. John Rudy, how much money do you make out of YouTube? I think the thing's only been monetized for what, a week? I'll have to go in. I'm sure there must be some stats there about it. Given the size of my channel, I pretty confidently say it's probably bugger all. So, but they got the thing where in the very near future, whether or not you're monetized, they're going to have ads on YouTube. So it's not really going to make much of a difference. I mean, he's not Jay the Hutt. I'm excited for the new show Acolyte. It's a female star playing Sith, so we get a show from an antagonist point of view. Yeah, that's I don't know too much about the different flavors of what's coming. I mean, what's coming looks amazing, and the fact we get something from the Sith point of view, it's going to be pretty cool. The amount of new Star Wars, new Marvel and Star Wars in the next 2 years, yes please. Yeah, I mean, it's the sort of thing where if they're doing the TV shows and they're only like, Mandalorian, where they're only 8 episodes, it's the sort of thing they're going to be just, I think, rotating them. You almost get the sense, maybe not this time around with Mandalorian, but yeah. I think next week's the 8th one of Mandalorian. Is that this? And then is that going to be the second season done? So if they run on average for about eight episodes, I mean, they may not. 52 divided by 8. You're gonna need at least 6 shows to get a whole year of content's worth. And it's a smart move on Disney's part. Because, how many people, if you just have Mandalorian, once they've seen the 8 episodes, go, you know what, I'm going to cancel for the next X number of months. Whereas if they roll from Mandalorian onto Ahsoka, and then do the 8 episodes on Ahsoka, and then do the 8 episodes on the Acolytes, what do they call them? And then the next 8 episodes after that is the Bad Batch or something. It's from the old Sith timeline too. It's going to be awesome. Sith were actually a race of beings that we're going to show. Pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing. I like my Star Wars, but I don't like the idea that, particularly with the sequel trilogy, to understand it, you need to read the comics or the books or something like that. It's like, no, it needs to be standalone media, so you can pick it up and enjoy it. And that's been one of the things. It's sort of like, in the main films, you've had the Sith there as the antagonists. But it's sort of never really gotten into what the Sith are and, you know, the dynamics and how that works and everything. So to then start seeing that, I think would be really cool. Because if you've got a larger supporting cast of Sith and things like that, what stories you can tell, then, you know, every time Darth Maul dies, they then don't bring him back because they've got no other characters to bring back. Mutant, sorry, mate, didn't get notification to say you're live. Okay, no, that's cool. You're here now, so that's good. I always appreciate that. I did start a little bit early because I am planning to do this one for 6 hours. So at least that means I'll be finishing. What was it, about 12:30, just after midnight today. So yeah, that's the only reason for a bit of an early start. Cool. So I think call that one done. That was the Falling Presence suggested. I mean, they're even making a show about the Night Sisters, the witches in Star Wars. Disney is gonna have. Yeah, hopefully they've figured out, you know, with Mandalorian the formula. You know, give it to somebody who's visionary. Okay, yeah, you can have 5 or 6 directors, but they're all pulling together in the same direction and things like that, and kind of leave them alone. Like, don't chop and change directors and change the story and all the rest of it, because it doesn't test well with the audience, which I think TV allows a little bit more flexibility. You know, if you do a $200 million movie for 2 hours, as opposed to by the time you get through 2 seasons of Mandalorian, it's 16 hours. So just that, and then this was where should we go next? Instead, I think they now realize that David F. and John F. should be the creative officers of the George Lucas universe. It's going to be exciting content. Yeah. Or whoever it is, you know, with sort of a singular vision. You know, hopefully it doesn't become a situation now where they sort of go, okay, well, yeah, the higher ups, oh, we figured out what the formula is. Thanks for that, John. We'll see you later. We'll take it from here. see, how do I do this next one? When I was working at ESPN, Disney bought them and made changes for the better. I hope it's the same. Yeah. Well, I mean, you look at the Dog's Breakfast, that was the sequel trilogy. Yeah. How not to do something. I mean, it's kind of interesting then. You've had Ron Howard and his daughter Bryce Howard have now each directed a Star Wars property, one a film, one a TV series, or a couple episodes. And that must be a little bit of a rare combination of two generations of directors on the same property. And actor-directors at that. I think Disney realizes the fans will give major blowback. That's why Dave and John are in charge of creative now. Yeah. I think between that and, I mean, it was extraordinary that with some of the films and that, Disney would then go after the fans and say it was the fans' fault and this, that, and the other. And it's like, wow, that's a pretty extraordinary step. It's like, maybe you just didn't kind of get the story right. And provide, effectively entertainment that people enjoyed. Started first, they were like, we are Disney, they will take what we give them. SMH, not with Star Wars fans. I mean, they called Bob McFat. Yeah. Oh, look, it's interesting now how you're getting multiple generations into Star Wars. You obviously had the original trilogy, then the prequel trilogy, and now the sequel trilogy plus post. Because certainly for quite a while the prequels were maligned, but now you've had a generation who've kind of grown up on them, and that's their version of Star Wars. And you're going to have a generation now who've, grown up on the sequel trilogy, and that's their version. The last film should have one director throughout. They flubbed that big time, and Dave and John just cleaned it up. Yeah, we just want to be entertained, don't overthink it. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, So who was originally doing Force Awakens? J.J. Abrams. So he clearly set some stuff up. And then you had another director who came along, and from my understanding, he was more of an art house type director. So then, not surprisingly, we got an art house style Last Jedi, which then, needed to be fixed, allegedly, whatever. Holy, I came back after a few weeks to see you're over 1K subs. That's awesome. Yeah, thanks for that. That, I believe, has largely come down to a number of shorts doing quite well. Which, I'll take it. So, so it was really interesting. Beginning of last week, all my shorts just died. There's a couple that were just ticking over nicely, and then all of a sudden they just stopped. So, make hay while the sun shines. That's cool. I like to just, I like doing my streams. I like doing video content, which I do, and it also means you get to get the community tab. So now can just put those little posts up, and a different set of people get those. So anything which can get more eyeballs on, it's always. I can't see how that's a bad thing. John, Elf on the Shelf. Yeah, I can do that. Where we got that? Do you have any suggestion as to what the elf is doing? Because that's obviously a pretty broad sort of thing. I think the last time I did Elf on the Shelf, it was done as a bleep 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 a mashup between Doc Samson and Elf on the Shelf, which I quite like. That was fun. So, people saying hi. Yeah, I think just trying to remember who also. Is it Black Swan? Who did that? It was Nasser Taleb, I think. And he sort of made the point in that sometimes when stuff goes right, people take credit for it, and when stuff goes wrong, people blame external factors, particularly around investing in things. So that, you know, people make some money off investing and they think that they're a genius, when in actual fact they just managed to be in the market at the right time and benefit from a general uplift. And that's kind of how I see shorts a little bit. I just happened to be at the right time, a bit of luck, some videos got picked up. So he's building a Tatooine moisture evaporator with a Christmas light tree in front of the Star Wars modular. There are no trees on Tatooine. And that's cool. I'm going to look forward to seeing that then. John, oversized pants on his head with eye holes. Okay. Oversized pants. Eye holes. Doc, I wore an Elf on the Shelf clothes in my top 10 video because you two jokers. Which one's that, Doc? I think I was looking at your channel the other day and I don't think I saw anything new that I hadn't seen. I'll have to go and double check that then. Stop looking, setting you know as pro madman. I figured both of you could get views from my stupid idea. Just hit me, man. Why a Doc on the Shelf? I have no idea. It's not super dark. It is dark. Doc 1 is demanding one Dance Master. Yeah, I know. I'll get to it. I always do. It's ironic they make the TV show Mad Men. It was really like that back in the day. They had agencies long before my time. The stories that old copywriters would tell me are insane. Yeah. Joys of corporates. and marketing. Money, let's do whatever you want. That basically, yeah, Doc, but the amount of smoking by everyone back then was ridiculous. Yeah, I was thinking of when we were kids, before they had smoking bans and all sorts of things. Like I remember, we get on bus trips. And go from where we were living in one part of Australia down to like Sydney or something like that, which back then that was like a 8-9 hour bus trip. And you just have people who are just like smoking the whole time in a bus. And then shortly thereafter they changed it all to you couldn't smoke any longer, and people always were taking issue with that. Yeah, how things have changed. Doctor smoking while doing exams, yep. Mum smoking while nursing a baby, yep. They all smoked like crazy at the agencies in the 90s. It was everywhere. I still remember Sid was like, overnight you couldn't smoke indoors. Yeah, people were just like, my God, give me the right to smoke where my shop. Spud in malls, my mum smoked in the theatre. When I saw Gremlins, some of this music is obnoxious. Oh, okay. Would you prefer the other mellow stuff? Let me just turn it down slightly. It's just like after 20 streams of the same 2 or 3 songs, it's like, even I was getting tired of it. And there was like, 5 minutes before the stream, it's like, I need some different music. So I just went into the YouTube audio library and just typed in Christmas and grabbed the first like 20 songs that appeared. So it's a bit of a playlist for about an hour or so. Smoking on planes was always the best, yeah. Doc and Stud, when you're riding a bicycle, are helmets compulsory? Because in Australia they had been compulsory since the mid-80s. I remember when that came in as kids. But in the UK they're not. And like most people you see riding bicycles and things do not have a helmet whatsoever. And it's just like, wow. I only mention it because it's just funny how the different tolerance levels of what's acceptable within different countries. Like Australia's had smoking bans in like pubs and things since the early 2000s, maybe even been late 90s. So you go from that, and then when you come over to Europe, there's so much more casual about it. I still remember the funniest thing one of the funniest things was in France backpacking and standing outside a school at the bus stop just waiting, and you had like it was term time, and you had, there must have been 12 or 13-year-old kids all just there smoking casually, blasé, whatever, and then you saw a teacher come over. It's like, oh, okay, right, so he's going to sort this out and stop it. And nope, he asked for a cigarette and they all started smoking together. It's just like, wow, really, this is quite wild. Quite wild. Well, the other really funny one was at a subway in Madrid, and went to the ticket office, and it's one of those similar to like New York City, where they're all in their little enclosed cubicle offices, sort of thing, behind glass, all that sort of thing. And so it was quite a tiny space, and from what I could make out, there were 4 people in there. You had the person at the window serving and giving change and tickets and things like that. And you couldn't really see the other people because they're all in there smoking. And because it's a confined space, it just looked like a fog. That was just so... It's like, wow, the secondhand passive smoking on that light's going to be fantastic and really hot. It's almost like you're on the outside of the little ticket office and it's all enclosed. It's protecting you, but the fellow co-workers or whatever. Like, seeing that sort of stuff is really jarring. It's like, wow, okay, yeah, places do things at different rates. What do we got here? Stud no helmet looks in Connecticut. That's why we have a large population of angels. Yeah. Doc. Well, the kids were young in the 90s. They were recommending them. Yeah. As soon as they leave NYC line, the helmets come off. Yeah, it's so... I used to see that occasionally in Australia. You'd have people in Sydney riding on the roads with crazy traffic and then have their helmets over the handlebars. And it's just like, you've got it there with you. Just put it on your head. Like, it wasn't until the late 90s, early 2000s that City started to make it mandatory. I lost too many friends on bikes with no helmets. Yeah, it's statewide now. John Rosie, have you ever had a donation? If you mean through YouTube, yeah, I've had one, which was by Sean a couple of weeks back. So that was really cool. Obviously remembered it, and yeah, it's a weird thing because you just sort of doing the stream as normal, and somebody goes, "Hey, here's a donation." Like, oh, cool. No, certainly appreciated that. Doc. But it took a while to get motorcyclists to wear helmets, which you'd think would be the other way around. Like, motorcyclists would probably be doing it first because of what they're doing. Oh, there are a ton of MC clubs in Connecticut. It's gateway between Boston and New York with no helmet laws. Dark resistance to helmets was again freedom issue. Yeah, well, I suppose you got the freedom to have a head injury and die. I suppose you're probably still having a freedom issue with seatbelts as well. Again, remember before that came in, before that, and having alcohol limits when driving. Like, that was a huge thing, early 80s. No, you can't restrict our freedom. We have the right to drive as drunk as we like. It's like, nah, no. They gather here. There's a ton, but also in the hood, there are about 100 or so on dirt bikes and quads, shut down traffic. Doc, the roads are wet here. Too often, too many motorcyclist deaths, so helmets are required across the state. Knowing one means your insurance won't cover you. Yeah, I'm sure the insurance companies love that idea too. And you think not to do a payout. But yeah, I mean, if you're not going to take the basic precautions, young kids don't even get stopped by police. You see like 15 flying back behind a huge pack, all kind of motorized stolen scooters. What is that? Because they're just looking and go, oh, that's just going to be a can of worms and too much paperwork to deal with. Doc, well, not enough cops, kids to stop a band of motor vehicles. Stutters like a bad rap video here. Sometimes it's crazy. I put in my stories somewhere. Sometime this summer, you think it's DMX is in the town. Most of the kids not even old enough to have a license. Doc, before seatbelt laws, the belts in the back seats were either taken out or pushed into the back. Yeah, I remember that when they first came in, it was sort of like, because there was that transition phase, and it's like if your car doesn't have them, then they don't need to have them for a number of years. So then people went and cut all the seatbelts out of the cars, and it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, too much paperwork's in that, but too often stuff. Doc, and you try to get as many people on the front bench seat as you could. Yeah, I think it's on the trips we used to have as kids. We have in Australia it's called a panel van. I'm just trying to think what the best way to describe it. It's kind of like a station wagon that's a van. So it's not like a full-size van. Just take your normal 4-door saloon. There we go. Anyhow, you'd only have two seats in the front. And then the back was kind of like for tradie type gear and stuff like that. So, you know, mom and dad and 2 kids in a 2-seater car. Well, where are the kids going to be? Well, they're going to be in the back. It's like anytime I saw a police come down, it's quite quick, lay down, be quiet. With hindsight, you're like, wow, that really was dumb. Stud, it's like the norm here. It's wild, makes you scratch your head. Sai, welcome back. Had to make dinner? Cool. Had to Sai. The amount of scooters in and around metro areas on the northeast is crazy. Yeah, you see more of the scooters which are, like, you know, kids used to have those little tiny ones, and they're becoming a lot more chunky with motors in them. So obviously easier to get in and out of subways and things like that. Doc, other than Olag, those other 2 can fend themselves. That's so cool. Stud, I'm waiting for the local awesome Italian place here to open. I want their spaghetti with meat sauce. You know, there's places that are like just the spot. I suppose, yeah, because if it's a bit after 8 here, it's 3 p.m. there. Stud? You having a mid-afternoon snack or something? Or you're just preempting dinner? Let's go tiny darker with that one. Stud, they even give fresh ricotta cheese with the herbs to blend it in so you feel like a fancy chef. Doc, tastes like homemade. Oh yeah, those are the best places. Is the tree at Rockefeller Cellar? Yes, it is. Very good. Somebody suggested an epic tree like the one at Rockefeller, so it's like, okay, I will. I'm on the right track then if you can pick it out. Stud, they're closed for lunch. I'm waiting for dinner from them. I will watch my luck. I'll order, and my mother will call saying I made meat sauce for your father. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like maybe it's from watching too much Seinfeld. It sounds like there's some pretty, the local food carts and all things like that are just awesome there. Dark. That's probably got a bit darker with that one. True Doc, done. So, Doc, this usually goes like 5, so I can go and come back, right? Yeah, Doc, this one I've slotted. The title is 12 Hours of Christmas, Part 1. So 6 hours tonight and 6 hours next week. That will give us the 12 hours. So yeah, we're only into, what is this now? Second hour? So yeah. You got plenty of time. Usual sort of thing. We'll be here later on. Okay, roger that. Yep, cool. Okay, we'll see you a bit later on. Doc, 96 minutes in. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't. It's weird because I don't know if you've never noticed, but StreamYard, when it's doing the running time, always seems to be slow. So yeah, it's telling me that now it's about, what's that, 88 minutes? So if you're saying 96, yep. Anyhow. What's 10 minutes after you've been streaming for 6 hours? I realised that Mayfield fig I made from Mando was missing one thing: his tiny gingerbread. The head from the classic Aquaman series makes a Mayfield. He's even angry. Awesome. I do just want to darken it all down just a bit. One back in 2 minutes. Okay, cool. See you in a bit. That's a crazy on that idea. Stud, I have Mando on in the background for my dog. He likes ESPN Star Wars. I never watch ESPN because I work there, but for some reason my dog loves the highlights. Yeah, it's sometimes funny that when you work somewhere in an area that you have a passion or something like that, then like afterwards it's just like, no, can't get near it. Don't want to know. He will actually watch EMP. ESPN makes him laugh. Is that because he's chasing, like he's seeing the balls on TV and wants to go chase after them, or just general curiosity as to where the balls end up going? You must like the graphics. Oh, that could be the other thing. Maybe he gets visual stimulation from when you were doing stuff like that, so it's like, oh, it's over there too. Yeah, I made too many splits in the graphics. I can't watch it anymore. It feels like work. Yeah, I think he just likes the cutscenes and graphics. Yeah. G'day Steve, thanks for popping by to say hi and give you a like. I appreciate that. Hope that you're having a good morning. There you are. Where did I see you streaming recently? You're in somebody else's stream. Was that Brick Hive? Or was it Psy? No, I can't remember. Yeah, yeah. Brett's Builds, hi Steve. Maybe it was on Brett's stream. Brett had a stream, I thought, during the week. Just started but had to check out the tubes. Hi Brett in chat, says Steve. So I guess the Aussies are starting to come online, because what's that now? It's 11 hours difference, I think. Yeah. So if it's about 8:30 here, it must be about 7:30 in the morning where you are, Steve, give or take. Got any plans for today, Steve, or is it just another day in the lockdown paradise? But have they let you guys out? Yeah, can't remember. Okay, so get that out of the way. Let's rid of some of this visual noise. An epic tree in Rockefeller Center Plaza. One of them. That there. I can't believe Sans didn't trust me. That Bill is a nickname for Will. At least Steve was old enough, so I didn't feel crazy. Yeah, it's like, well, Who was President 42 for you? Bill Clinton, but real name Will. William. I want to say William J. Clinton. Anyhow. Study if you have a friend named Bill, his real name is most likely William. Yeah. Yeah, it's like one of those people call somebody Dick because their name's Richard. Something like that. Bricks Lost, welcome along. Hope that you're doing well. I'm just doing the sort of 12 hours of Christmas, part 1, so it's really 6 hours. I was originally thinking of doing something like, every hour doing like the different, when you have that song, the 12 Days of Christmas, Partridge in a Pear Tree. So you have draw 5 or something, and 6 or something, 7 or something. But even to me, it just sounded too complicated, so it's like, you know what, I'm just going to keep it there. Sans thought I was, yeah. Although somebody was telling me, was it Tech? Was on the stream? Then tried to get somebody else on, was it Solid Brick Studios or something? Then he played a bit of a gag and kind of backfired, or they're just there and didn't really know what was going on. It was really awkward or something. Just something I've been hearing. So, Bricksauce, unless he's from Southern USA, in which case he may be Billy Joe, Billy Lee, etc. on his birth certificate. Stud, I'm not that old. Sigh. Yeah. Okay, where are we at with this lot? So just a quick recap. We started off with Santa Sleigh. They're having a merry old little time. Then someone wanted some falling presents. So we had that. And then somebody said an epic Christmas tree in somewhere like Rockefeller Center. So let's see if I was organized enough to write down who said the epic. No. How happens. Nine lusty maids and milking. I think of if we had a different type of stream for that. Oh, was it you that suggested that site? Okay, cool, excellent. Stud Bill was a milker for sure. Oh, I so want to say something, but PG. Rick's Lost. Christmas Robin on Holly. Okay. Christmas Robin on Holly. That was Brick's Lost. Stud PG. Here, there's always cardinals. I like English robins. They're cute than American robins. Okay, so I needed this one. this. That's just, I know where you're going, Matt. I get it. Yeah, maybe I need to do some drawing on Steve's channel or something, if he'll let me. Then we could, yeah. Knowing my luck, then that'd be the sort of things that would sell the best or something. So. You see that okay there? Yep. Karen, hello, welcome along. Over on the Facebooks. AC/DC Rocking Christmas Style. Okay, that's an interesting one. Note down that request. AC/DC Christmas. Hope that you're doing well this evening, Karen. It's not coming, it's coming down to there. Are you up to much this evening, Karen? You just quickly jumping on El Facebook or Uni, check a few things. Great Trap, welcome along. Draw a Christmas chicken. You mean in terms of like something that you're eating? Or is there a magical Christmas chicken I don't know about? Great Trap is Christmas chicken. Bricksloth, Carol of Bells. Never got to do the melody in band or choir. Okay. Do we have problem on that or Carol of Bells? So I think I was on a stream last night and talking about chairs, like gaming chairs and things like that, because obviously we're all now locked at home and things. So does anyone have any good recommendations for either gaming chairs or chairs for the office and things like that? Something I've been meaning to do for a number of years and never quite got around to it. And I started looking on Amazon today, and it seems since lockdown, funnily enough, the price of office chairs have gone up. Bricksoft, your holiday music track was playing it earlier. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's like I think 5 or 10 minutes before the stream, just jumped onto YouTube royalty free, typed in Christmas, and downloaded whatever came up. And Steve is coming back with Crondon dressed as Santa. Okay, who's Crondon? No, Steve, I'm probably about to get us served for not knowing what it is. Crondon. I don't know if you were around earlier, Steve, but maybe one day I might, when you have one of your Anything Goes streams, maybe come and draw some things that I normally wouldn't do on a PG type stream. It'd be fun. It's just bugging me slightly. His beef has double. See, your beef has double. I thought that was Sans. Half the time you don't see one without the other. Yeah, some of the streams I end up even scare me, mate. Like you just sort of go, ooh, I didn't know I had that in me. Just build it. Welcome along. Hope that you're having a good evening. How are you going along today? Stud, it's the way some oversensitive types twist the words half the time. Some people are just looking for an argument. Yeah. Looking for an argument or just looking to stir things up a bit. It's like, yeah, that's not what I said, but okay. Yeah. What's that? I'll do it this one. Start down. Now we are gay apparel. And that song is stuck in my head. And it was just instrumental. Or is it now down? Or is it now we down our gay apparel? They said everything's backwards in the Dark Ages. It's just their version of Yoda. It's funny because what I keep on hearing is when we were little kids and we get the songs and we just twist them. So it's like, I almost don't even want to say it, but you know, Joy to the World is an alternate version about school. And it's not being very nice to teachers and headmasters and things. Or is that just me? I don't even know the name of the song, but I can sing every word. I think it's Down We Now. What was that? So that is Potion Noma with a Christmas hat from My Little Pony Life. Where are we up to next? Done that one. Where did pencil go? It's over there. Welcome in, Marley Min. Hi everyone, lovely Christmas music. Hope that you're having a good morning. Doing the 12 hours of Christmas as opposed to 12 days, in part 1 and part 2, because I'm not going to stay here for 12 hours straight. So we'll do 6 today and then 6 next weekend. So if you've got any suggestions, by all means drop them in the chat there. And, it's good that you like the Christmas music. Marley Elf on the Shelf, I think that's so cute and so many to choose from. Okay, cool. Yep, I think we've got somebody else has suggested Elf on the Shelf with oversized pants on and some eye holes. So I think we'll get to that one eventually. And Marley Min, I don't know if you've seen, I've been doing daily Elf on the Shelf quick videos. So maybe see a few things in there. Okay, and I think we're good on that one as well. So let me just touch that shadow slightly. Somebody wanted a Christmas chicken, so there's the Christmas chicken. There's a creep trap, one of the Christmas chicken. So quick recap, we've had the Christmas chicken and My Little Pony. Then we had the Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center. And presents falling. And a Santa Claus in his sleigh. I like that one. What's next? Welcome back, Doc. Still here. Hope that you are going well. Just looking at the next one. Let's see. Nope. Camera just bouncing a bit there. Okay, I think that's that one. So, an elf on the shelf with pants on his oversized pants on his head with eye holes cut out. So, hoping that meets the seal of request and approval. Who requested that one? That was John Rosie, I think. Oh, now on to the next one. Okay, next. Rich. great job on the drawings. Thanks, Si. I appreciate that. I'll do this one. I'll do that way. Marley, that's so happy. Cool. One, how are you today, Marley? I'm great. For you? I'm good. Okay, cool. And having a good day. John, I'm just checking to see I'm still there. Cool. Good to see that you're still there. I think probably soon did a couple. What was the last one? I did the chicken, Christmas chicken. Oh, or was it the Elf on the Shelf? No, the Elf on the Shelf. Christmas chicken was somebody else's. One set two. Cool. Excellent. Now, does anyone... This is a blind one. Does anyone know what the current one I'm working on is? I'll be back in an hour. Okay, see you in an hour. What am I drawing after this? I'm not sure. Let's see what I'm feeling like. Still got a number to get through yet. Melody. It's the guitarist from AC/DC. Yep, that's the one. So done in a Christmas style was the request. Which has been a little challenging because when you think of, I think it's Angus Young. He's quite a slender and slight guy, whereas obviously if you're doing a Santa Claus or Saint Nick or whatever, usually quite a big chubby sort of thing. So hard to get those two country ideas to come together and work. Okay, here's just that one. That was national. What's the other one? There we go to next. Okay, next one. John, are you going to do suggesting a compass or not? Because there is a lot of suggestions from other people. Mine too, 7 hard ones for last. Just going through them as I kind of like feel like I can see what's there. I mean, I also try to balance it. I think John done 3 or 2 yours so far, so it's like Santa's sleigh and the elf on the shelf with the oversized pants. So just have to see what else is still to come. But the compass one's got me interested because I'm not sure what that is. I got to do a quick Google earlier, and it sounds interesting. Also, just like switching it up, like this is like a Christmas jumper in a very illustrative sort of style, whereas the last one was a more realistic sort of person, human guitar player. So and you'll probably see that and sort of bounce around between things that are cartoony versus a bit more realistic. Just keeps it interesting and a bit fresh. Okay, and that would be a Christmas jumper. Okay. Oh, take a quick break, stand up. Oh. Actually, a little Christmas jumper still need one little thing. John Rosie, bye. I have to go now. I'll see what you've done tomorrow. Okay, thanks for that. Thanks for stopping by and your suggestions. And see where we get to after that. I hope you have a good day and see you again soon. suggestion should we do next? Oh, I was doing there's a cartoony one here, so I want to just do another cartoony one to match it. So that's what we'll go for. Group trap. Wow, cool drawings. Yeah, there's yeah, Christmas chicken that you wanted. Might not have been the one that you're thinking about, but my interpretation of it. That Christmas robin, the colours for it. Group trap, the chicken looks amazing. When are you going to end the stream? Well, the idea was for 6 hours. What's the time now? It's just a bit after 10, so we're going for just shy of 4 hours. So probably still another 2 and a bit hours to go. So that will be the first part of the 12 hours of Christmas. It would be cool if you could draw a Freddy Frostbear. I'll put that on the list. Just have to see how we get on with that. Still a number of ones still to go. Freddy Frostbear is a Christmassy thing. Yep. And then we have a Christmas robin on some holly. Oh. Okay, let's do the quick recappy thing. See where we've gone to. So we start off with Santa Claus on a sleigh, some falling presents, Christmas tree in Rockefeller Center Square, My Little Pony with a Christmas hat, a Christmas chicken, Elf on the Shelf with some oversized pants on his head with iron hole cutouts, AC/DC in a Christmas style, Christmas jumper, and a Christmas robin on some holly. So that's where we are right now. Let's put that there for a sec. Oh, I just need a quick stretch. Quick stretch. So I quickly grab a drink. Right back. Okay. What was next? Bricksish, welcome along. Hey Matt, I'm watching whilst trying to sort Lego space out. Oh, awesome. Cool. Are you just rearranging or packing some stuff up? Unpacking some stuff, as the case may be. Now, it's going to seem a little odd, a bit weird. I'm going to do an elf on the shelf after the stream. I'm going to have the elf that's gotten in to the eggs and drawing some faces and things on it. So I'll do that just quickly for a little bit. And then we'll return to our regularly scheduled content. So if anybody's got any ideas for some smiley faces or anything like that, let's see how this is going to work. This could be a disaster. I could crack some eggs on the stream, have it go all over my hands. Drawings are moved out of the way at least. See that? As they sit, I'm gonna have to draw them up high because they sit pretty low in the carton. Feels like I'm gonna crack some of these eggs. Thinking maybe this one can be a cool one. You could have some shades on. That there. This one can have a mustache. If you've only just tuned in and you're wondering why I'm drawing on eggs, I've been doing the daily elf on the shelf. Been doing them as shorts, so if you go to the Family Bricks YouTube channel, you'll be able to see the daily elf on the shelves that we've been doing. And tonight I think the elf is going to be in the fridge drawing all over the eggs. This is probably going to be one of those times I don't want to break it or do an accidental drop test. Mustache is looking a little wonky. Sarah's Turbics Matt is drawing on eggs. I haven't gone completely insane yet, Sarah. Thanks for joining. Doing daily elf on the shelf. So tonight's else, I think, might be getting into the fridge and drawing all over some eggs. Marlene, hope the eggs are hard boiled. Yeah, I'm not thinking so. Sarah's therapist, I feel very confused. Oh, those naughty little elves from the shelves. Oh, well, it all makes sense now. Yeah, don't worry, we'll be returning to our regularly scheduled content in a moment. Just obviously have to wait long enough to make sure that the kids were in bed. Just imagine coming in. No, Daddy, what are you doing drawing on eggs? Well, I mean, hope no one is looking for their eggs for cooking. Well, I think the other thing is we never seem to be short of things. Then again, I think a lot of it comes down to, oh, it was on sale. Let's buy 6 months supply of that. Sure, that won't work too well. You really need a clear egg container. What else we got? We've got 2 more expressions to do. What haven't we done yet? I think we've done a general happy one. I'm sure if Doc happened to pop by, he'd be like, what are you doing? You clown. Okay, last one. Maybe a goofy one without a couple of teeth. So just angle that up slightly, can you see? And then it will start falling out and smashing everywhere. Okay. Let's go and put those back into the fridge. One sec. Alright. That's where we got up to. Right. Back to the regularly scheduled content. Sarah, chapter 7 was great. I didn't have time to write back because I have been doing a lot of streams. The rainbow crystal you gave Amelia's beautiful one. It's okay as long as you respond and enjoy my story. Oh, cool. What am I going to draw next? That is the question. What am I going to draw next? Let's going there. So we got just a tad under 2 hours to go. Oh, did I still have dope? Oh, and Sarah, obviously it's the so this is the 12 hours of Christmas as opposed to the 12 days of Christmas, part 1. So I'm going to do the 12 hours over two sessions, so 6 hours tonight and then 6 hours next Saturday. If you've got any suggestions or anything, generally in a Christmas theme, but can be anything, more than happy to add it onto the list and see where we get to. Just build it. Welcome back. Sarah Strawbricks. Wow, it's a lot of streaming. Owls. Yeah. Well, it's the sort of thing most of the streams have recently been going for 5 hours or so we get out to that. Originally I was thinking for like those 12 hours of Christmas, like the 12 days of Christmas, how it used to be like, what is it, 5 golden rings, 4 golden birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves. Like each hour drawing something relating to a number. But then like drawing 12 of something or 11 of something might get a little bit chaotic and somewhat confusing. So let's just keep it simple. Trying to have a look and see where we. People go backwards and forwards. Hashtag light. What am I going to draw next? I'm not even sure what this is, but we'll give it a crack. Just can't see anything of that size. See that? Lining it all up. Okay, cool. Now, I'm going to do this as a blind one, so if anybody wants to guess as to what it is, feel free. One, I'm gonna go be watching that. I've forgot that. Yep. Cool. Thanks for sticking around, and hope you have a good one. And yeah, catch the replay. Family Bricks, cheers, welcome along. What's up? Hope that you're going well. Doing the 12 Hours of Christmas, part 1. So 6 hours now, and 6 hours next weekend, next Saturday. Just built it Among Us character with a Santa hat on. I still have that one handy. Did a whole series. I'll note it down. Elf on the Shelf we're already done as well. I still have the. We should just do a quick recap so you can see. I mean, that was from a couple of weeks ago, so all the Among Us there. Frosty Snowman, Santa Claus, Gingerbread Man, an Elf, and a Grinch. Yeah, do a quick recap so you can see. The Christmas Robin on Mistletoe, a Christmas jumper, Santa Claus, Santa Claus sleigh, presents falling, Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center, My Little Pony with a hat, a Christmas chicken. This was a very specific request. Elf on the Shelf with oversized pants on his head with eyes cut out so he can see. And then AC/DC in Christmas style. So that's what we've had so far. Cavrix, what does it mean by the 12 hours of Christmas? It's a very good question. Probably heard of the 12 days of Christmas. So it's kind of riff off that, so around 12 days, 12 hours. But it does say part 1 after it. So going to do sorry, just lost my train of thought there. 6 hours now and 6 hours next Saturday, so that's why I get the 12. I was thinking of doing something. Sorry, I just saw Bricks John McClane, which I know we did miss out on last week. So, so definitely have to have a good think about that one. What was I? So then you also had the song "The 12 Days of Christmas," and 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves. So the original thought was to draw out 12 different ones based upon suggestions. But then it's like, well, if somebody suggests draw 12 of something, do I really want to draw 12 of the same thing? How's that going to work? It sounds like it's going to get very complicated very quickly. So it's like, you know what? Keep it simple. And it's a Christmas theme. If people really want something out of left field, then I'm more than happy to. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Okay, I got that one to the list. And this one was suggested, and I had no idea what this was. So a quick little Google, I found out what it is. Don't forget my suggestion, John McClane on Xmas Jumper. What was it? Well, I mean, what was it? What you mean, the thing I'm doing at the moment? You should draw Boba Fett from the Star Wars special. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Is that Big Snell, Mr. Starbricks? Welcome along, Mr. Starbricks. No, I don't believe it is. But that's a good question. Who is Brixnell? I mean, it could be an alternate name for the thing. I don't think so, but and that's the nice thing about doing these streams. You get presented, or people suggest things that you really don't know anything about. I think we were on a stream last night, and the woodshop teacher, who is, oh god, which Denmark, is it Denmark? And he was basically saying that for them the big thing is Christmas Eve, when all the presents are given and everything like that. Yeah, Christmas Day itself is not as significant, which was interesting, obviously, given that thing which I kind of understand or grown up with is, Christmas Day is always the big thing. What is the demon? LOL. Yeah, it's when I get further along, I had to do a quick wiki on it, and it's really fascinating. So, Brixnell is a crotchety, fur-coated Christmas gift-bringer figure in folklore of the Palatine region of southwest Germany, preserved by Pennsylvania Dutch. No, I think this one's going to be slightly different. Do you not know the Christmas demon, Sarah? I've never been blessed by the Christmas demon visiting, unless you count Mike. Okay, well, seeing that it's actually a thing called Krampus. Now, Krampus, I'm just going back and pull up Wikipedia entry, seems to be the opposite of Santa Claus, funnily enough. So, in Central European folklore, Krampus is a horned, anamorphic figure described as half goat, half demon, who, during the Christmas season, punishes children who have misbehaved. This contrasts with Saint Nicholas, who rewards well-behaved with gifts. Wait, is that Krampus, the other demon in Christmas thing? Yep. Yeah, see Krampus, I confuse it with Bricks Knuckle. Oh, creepy caller. Yeah, I know. It's so you weren't too far off there, guys. I've never been blissed by the Christmas demon. Basically, yeah. So, which is all kind of cool, weird, and scary. SPL Dan, great to have you in. I think it's the first time I've seen you on the stream. Welcome along. Draw a Wicker Man logo. Is that sort of like Wicker Man? Wicker Man. What? I haven't heard of Wicker Man. I mean, I've heard of Wicker Man roller coaster, right? Is that is it a comic book? Is it, what sort of property is that one? So yeah, Krampus. Something to scare the kids with now. You don't want Krampus to come and get you. My other favorite one like that is in in I'm getting confused now. Is it Belgium? Sir, I know you're in Amsterdam. And then they had the Sesame Street. And they don't have Big Bird. They have, what is it called again? Is it Polio? Which is kind of like Big Bird's cousin, only blue, but not quite. Brixish, right, I gotta get back to the sorting because you're scaring the crap out of me. Oh, Brixish. Come back in 20 minutes then. Doc, welcome back, welcome back. You missed the drawing on eggs, don't worry, it will make sense. Where are we at? Yeah, I'll go with this, I think. And yes, Doc, this is Christmas. This is a thing called Krampus. Which is a Central European Christmassy idea thing. He's half goat, half demon, and he punishes children who've been naughty. So the opposite of Santa Claus, pretty much. Who? It's a Krampus. Half demon, half goat, and punishes children who've been bad. And until tonight's stream, I had no idea who it was, so... Oh, he tortures children. Yeah. None of this sanitized stuff that we've gotten our kids used to these days. You know, back in the days of Hans Christian Andersen, the stories are all about scaring the bejeebers out of kiddies. And quite dark. Father Christmas had a little mean guy that travelled with him in the olden days. Did he? Or are you just making that up? I mean, if he did, what was the story with that? Because originally, Rudolph was not a reindeer. I think it was another marketing thing. Like, you know, obviously Santa Claus's colors come from Coca-Cola. But yeah, the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, you had a company which, I can't remember, because generally you only had all the other reindeer. But then it's like, the company needed to do a marketing thing, but they couldn't, like, do it based off the existing reindeers. So they created Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. So yeah, it's funny when you start going back through this stuff and learning about the origin of things. He'd beat up kids that were bad. Father Christmas, Gave gifts to the good. Oh, okay, so it's sort of like a double act. None of this naughty nice list. It's just like, we'll figure it out on the night. Forget trying to do a census of everyone beforehand. We'll just see what takes our fancy on the night. You guys can hope for the best. Doc, you got served on Christmas Day. Tell you what, if you weren't good that year, you'd probably be terrified. No, I don't like Christmas. Here's your complimentary Christmas beating. Be good next year. It won't happen again. Oh, yeah, you cleaned up your act in December. Yeah. Welcome back, Juan. Too much. It's a brown shade. Excuse me. Doc's not talking to you. Talking about Krampus, and Santa Claus used to once a time have somebody else with him who would go along, and if you're good, Santa gave you presents. If not, the other guy gave you a beating. So just saying that you'd clean up your act in December if you're a little kid. That's the one. Is one of the coal kids. Is that that's not a mistypo for cool, is it? Is that a reference to Scrooge? Or is that an in-joke? I just don't know. The kids that get coal from Santa. Okay, yeah. You have Elf on the Shelf, and you don't know the ins and outs of Christmas. Look, if the coal company starts selling us coal for Christmas and wrapping up in a nice present, I'm sure we'll all be there buying it. Sometimes in good, sometimes in bad. I'm balancing between good and bad. Yeah, it's funny with my kids, because if the wife says that they're not going to get something, if they don't be good, then Santa will blah, 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 they just carry on as normal. And then if I say it, like, start smartening up straight away. And technically Santa fills the stockings presents are bought by parents. Really? No, I just thought the kids have been bad all these years. They weren't even getting a lump of coal. Okay, I think we might just leave Krampus there, so we can tuck him away, and Bricks can come back and not be scared. Although Santa Claus is trapped in the bauble. I think I've been saying it wrong. It's Krampus, not Krampus. Thinking of food or something. Yeah, Santa fills the stockings with care, like in the story. It says, Doc, Santa doesn't drop stuff under the tree like a merchant until he comes again to America. Cabrick Studios, you do be looking spooky though. Yeah. I'm sure if you're presented with an image of that and so this is coming to get you, smarten up. Might be effective. Is that Krampus doing the see you when you're sleeping soon? He could be. I think he's more just got Santa Claus trapped. The Santa Claus ain't looking too impressed. Yeah, like we say, he sees you when you're sleeping. Or is he stalking Santa? Yeah, he could be about to take Santa out. So, quick recap. Krampus. Half goat, half demons. Santa will come along and get you if you're bad. Robin and Holly. A Christmas jumper. AC/DC in the Christmas style. Very specific request. Elf on the shelf with oversized pants on his head with eyes cut out so he can see. Christmas chicken and My Little Pony. Rockefeller's Plaza with a Christmas tree. Falling presents. Oh, I got that. Yep, that's the right way up. And Santa's sleigh. LOL, as soon as you said that I would see Santa's hand against the glass, this gives me the creeps. Okay, well, let's just... Where's the one we can sit back on? Nice happy thoughts with Christmas jumpers and robins. Now... Oh, that doesn't feel good. Junk. Okay. Where are we off to now? I've done that one. Put the sketches from last week. Back a book. What's that week before? I got there. Doc, no Krampus recap. Sounds like it might be terrifying to many people, so I might just leave that one off to the side. Oh, and we also had 12 eggs that got drawn happy faces all over, or things similar. If that's really confusing, check out tomorrow's Elf on the Shelf. It'll make a lot more sense then. Gutted. Okay, I'll tell you what. For anybody who doesn't want to see Krampus, I'm gonna give you like 10 seconds to look away. For the benefit of Doc, seems to have a fascination with this creature. I don't know. Maybe it's a distant cousin or something. So we'll do it in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And for Doc, Krampus there with Santa Claus. And just take him away. Okay. It's like it's all been put away. Everyone can go back and be happy now. Okay, I'll be listening while I do the Christmas Even in Star Trek Online event. Live long and prosper. Is it Star Trek? Is that it? Or is it that? Don't know, it's been too long. Thanks, Matt. Sorry, viewers. It's got me a bit worried now when I do my like one page sort of thing. One page image for Instagram. It's like, do I need to not include that one now? Or just make it really small? And something of that ilk. I'll watch the replay. Oh, I gotta go back to bed. Bye. Okay, see you later. Have a good evening. I am currently doing your one now, so Brett Spells, welcome back. Yep, still going. I think 12 Hours of Christmas Part 1. Still got probably about another 45 minutes till we hit the 6-hour mark. So probably got this one and one or two more. So here we go. Some sort of feeling like. What have you been up to this evening, Brett? Just been tinkering around with your trains? Have you been streaming as well? Building trains and working on the layout. Cool. Is there any sort of goal that you've got in mind with the layout at the moment, or are you just sort of fiddling around and what works sort of thing? Just been mock building, buddy. Oh, cool. Yeah, we one of the kiddos wanted one of the trains for Christmas. One of the ones without any power. So we also managed to pick up what is it, that passenger train which has the power up in it as well. I'm sure we'll have some fun with that. Yeah, actually, not just if you want to jump on for a little bit. And send it to your email. I think if StreamYard figures out what day it is. No, not that email. I've just popped you the link, so hopefully you should get that. Just have to go through and plug in some headphones. Where is I? Where is that's the Tuscan red? Yeah, let me know if you don't get that invite, Brett. Insta. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I just got. Let me just spin that around. Okay, it looks like you've got it. You've seen it. So. Curve Bricks, yo, I gotta go now. Cool streams. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Curve Bricks. And just put that there. And we have a very special guest coming in. If there's things about trains that you need to know and it's relative to Lego, welcome in Brett's Build.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, how you going?
Yeah, not too bad, buddy. If you give me a second, I'll try and show you what. Yeah, listen, right? Don't get the because my crane doesn't spin around like yours.
Yeah, it probably didn't take you another 3 or 4 hours to figure out how to do that either.
I've got to tell you, Mr. Elder, I don't know if you watch any of Sloth's videos, but Sloth's just got the Ferris wheel.
Okay.
Like the Lego Friends one, and Sloth's Over the Moon. That's the same one that I put the power functions motor on, and me and Solo watched it basically obliterate itself up the roof. Sloth's like, yeah, it goes a bit fast and they fall out. I'm sitting there thinking I shouldn't say put a motor on it because it just goes everywhere.
It does. The way that crane spun around like that, or for anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, I built a Technic crane and I got one little gear wrong. So then it started spinning around uncontrollably at a really high speed.
Like it was possessed.
With everyone else. Yeah, just what you need to do. I know what I'm doing with Technic. But the flip side of that, it did get me to thinking that they must really, like with their Technic stuff, gear everything down. Because once you put the gear in the right place, it just turns so slowly.
Yeah. It's one of them things, Matt. It's like when I built Hedgewick. I built it late at night. I was tired anyway. I got to the mechanical side of the wings, and it just got the better of me, buddy.
Yeah. No, there's a certain little knack for it. And, Sarah Starbricks, I love Brick Sloth stuff. LOL. And Brickshish, hey, it's Big Daddy Choo Choo.
I've been playing Choo Choo, or I've been trying to play Choo Choo, experimenting. I've just found out that I can go out and get some more batteries in a few days because I've basically run out. The first lockdown's cleared me out of batteries.
You don't use rechargeables?
No, Mr. Elder. I just use my last pack.
Okay.
I just buy them like that and buy like 10, 15 packs a time.
Yeah. Because that's the thing. Anytime you go...
I got to tell you, actually, Matt, I'm quite proud of this, and hopefully you'll be quite proud of me. We had problems with the boiler and the gas meters a couple of days ago. So with that, the wife gets on the phone, and obviously they send an engineer out. Now, previous, when the last engineer come out, basically we changed to the new smart meter things, and when the engineer come out, obviously they had to sort of have a look round downstairs, and she caught wind of my Lego room. And we were obviously like chatting for a little while. Well, when the guy turned up like a couple of days ago, you know, he's doing his thing, and I said, oh, I'm going back in the Lego room. He said, oh, you like Lego? I said, yeah. He said, I got to go. I said, oh, I'm a Lego YouTube. Oh, well, what's your YouTube name? So obviously I give him a name. He said, right, I'm going to like and sub you straight away. I was like, oh, brilliant.
Awesome.
Yeah. All the time he was here, Mr. Elder, we were talking about Lego, and he's like, there's a box at my dad's house, you know. When the grandkids go round there, he's like, you know, I always look at him and think I'd love to get a little bit more. He said, I've got a few little sets, he said, but nothing big. And then, of course, I brought him in and showed him all the trains. And by the time he wanted to leave, because he's sitting there telling me that he's considering getting a train. So, yes, my name was Big Daddy Choo-Choo.
You're expanding your influence. That's awesome. Now all you need to do is just get a kickback from Lego.
Well, you know,
convert.
I was quite proud of myself that I managed to get the gas engine in. So I can stop. 2 seconds, Mr. Elder. I've lost something.
Yeah, no.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, no. What was it? I haven't been in the Lego room this week. Pardon me. I've been having a few early nights and that because the school run's taking it out of me. And when did I come in here? I come in here Wednesday for solo stream. Did the stream and then didn't come in here for a couple of days. And then I think I came in here again. I think it was yesterday. And with that, I pulled the whole train layout apart. I was like, I'm not happy with that. So I pulled everything apart and I started rebuilding again.
As you do.
As I do, yeah, only me. But hopefully, I've got the new phone now. So obviously when I do the videos, I mean, I don't know if you saw the video, the little short I did, but wow. The video quality on the new phone is like 100 times the old phone, you know.
Yeah, no, you could certainly tell because the your old one, it always felt like it was like one of those soap operas where you've got like a film over the top of it to make it all, you know, soft.
I said it's like one of them bad B budget horror movies where you've got the smoke rolling.
Yeah.
I've still got the other phone, but yeah, I'm not using it for camera stuff. But no, the new phone's a lot better, and hopefully I've just ordered a second webcam, a switcher box, and an extension cable so I can run a camera up the other end of the room as well.
Yeah, because I think when we were talking, like 6 months ago, you wanted to do something like that, have like so you can have like the two of them running at the same time.
Yeah, well, again, when the train goes like up the track, it would be nice to be able to switch to camera B and see it.
Yeah.
Rather than it just like disappear into nowhere and then come back. But I had to bring the baby down earlier. He went mad because he hasn't seen the trains for 2 days. I have to keep him on rations, Mr. Elder. I've got no batteries.
Yeah.
If I don't, then he goes mental. It's like he doesn't understand that, running the trains up and down the track's fine, but the batteries get flat pretty quick. The bigger the track, the quicker they go flat.
But they, get all the way through.
I was going to ask you, Mr. Elder, what does the monorail run on? Does it run on a square battery? Am I right in thinking that?
I'm just trying. No, I think it's 4 AAAs. So like 2 up, 2 down. Because I think it's because you've got the it fits inside one of the cabin, like the carriages,
Yeah.
and it's only 4 studs wide, and then it's got like one of these little old style cables which jumps across onto the actual motor, because the motor is sort of like the middle little tiny bit of rolling stock.
Yeah.
So
Again, it'll be interesting to see.
yeah, no, definitely. Just yeah.
Williams 2959. We don't want to become famous. We don't want to buy followers. Take your rubbish and go somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a Twitcher.
Yeah, that's.
I'm sorry, but we don't want to buy followers.
Yeah. No, we usually get one of those streams. I'm surprised it's taking this long. Usually it's earlier.
You know what? I've never ever seen it before, Mr. Elder, but I don't like the idea of it.
Oh yeah, no. It's
you should already be at 1,000, buddy, with the talent you've got.
Yeah. Well, no. On Twitch is a completely different animal.
Yeah,
So,
no, it's totally different.
yeah, and I mean, there's other people out there who like, is it Brickatech or Brickanick or one of those guys, and even they are, they've got like the numbers or whatever to do it, but then you've got to apply to their special program, like Twitch program, and even then he keeps getting rejected or something like that. It's like, yeah, whatever. I'm just good.
Well, it's not that, Mr. Elder. I'm not being nasty to anybody that's monetized. But if you're monetized on YouTube, is that not enough? I mean, unless you're seriously buying like 2 or 3 Diagon Alleys a week, do you really need like 6 or 7 different subscriptions?
Well, I think usually it's a matter of people choose one or the other, because Twitch is very different. I just through StreamYard, it allows you to just connect straight into it. So that for me, it's like, yeah, why not? Because the thing with Twitch is, after like 30 days, it wipes your videos anyhow. It's not like YouTube where it stores them forever and a day.
Yeah.
So
I mean, again, I remember the Twitch from the gaming days, because everybody was saying, oh, you should go on this Twitch thing. You're that good and all that. And I'm like, yeah, that's all right. But again, once you start putting 8 hours of editing and all the rest of the stuff into a video, it takes all the fun out of it, Mr. Elder. That's why I like being raw. I'd rather stay at 141 subs, whatever I'm at, and just do the raw videos with no editing. Just, there's no second attempts, Mr. Elder. If I make a video, that's me doing a video because I want to do it. I don't edit it. I don't cut it. I don't change it. I try to remember, I don't know. Maybe some of the bigger YouTubers have a little bit of a script that they always say, like in the videos. I don't. It's never the same.
Never the same twice.
No, yeah. But I just want to keep it simple. I want to keep it about the content, what I'm building, what I'm showing. I don't want to be famous. I've spent all my life trying not to be famous.
Not to be.
But no, I mean, again, I want to bring up like this year. This year's been life-changing for me. I noticed quite a lot of the other newbie YouTubers that came on the same time I did have said it. And, I'm kind of honoured to have found the family I've found this year, because I've met a whole new group of people, and I love like every single one of you in your own ways. The conversations we have individually or when we're all together as a group. I just love the society. Don't get me wrong. It wouldn't be the UK if we didn't have a little bit of drama every now and then. Other than that, it's pretty much a much. And yeah, I love the community. I love the fact that I've come into the community, because again, I was very camera shy. I didn't like being on camera. I still don't. But for the sake of the channel, I enjoy it. And I enjoy the fact that my friends enjoy watching me be an idiot with my Lego, It's what I do. The wife got sick of hearing it. So I took it to the next level. I went and found some people that are never sick of hearing it.
Never sick of hearing it, and actually appreciate it. It's like, how did you do that?
But no, this year that's probably got to be one of out of all the negatives, that's one of the positives, that I've met everybody that I've met. You know, I mean, again, me and Sloth are as thick as thieves. We message daily. You know, as soon as there's an update, I'm on it. If I'm down here, that is, obviously. But no, I just love the community, and I think, you know, that I've got to be grateful for who I've met and what I've seen and done, and yeah, you know, all the rest of it.
Especially this year, like for when we spent so much time stuck at home and everything like that. Like you know, we're social animals. Even the introverts, it's sort of like you need that people contact.
Well, this is it. You know, I mean, it is one of them. And to me, I can't go out the house because the wife's a care worker, and then we've got the children, which one set go to one school and one set go to another school. So. With me being an asthmatic as well, you know, we might as well paint a target on the house for COVID.
Yeah. You got the worst of all worlds.
Yeah, but touch wood, nobody in the house has had it. The wife's been checked a couple of times for work, obviously.
Yeah.
I take my hat off to her, Mr. Elder. She has been out there 12-hour days ever since this appeared. You know, much respect to her for doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's all right for everyone complaining they're stuck at home, but yeah, when you're going out there risking getting caught in it every day, it's people don't think these people have got kids at home and a husband and everything else. It's just like, yeah, well, that's their job. They can go out and do that. No, there's actually a little bit more to it, you know?
Yeah.
But again, hats off to all the medical staff that do what they do. I mean, each to their own. I don't believe in this COVID-19. That's my opinion. You know, I'm one person. I'm entitled to that opinion. You know, there are a lot of people that will tell me different, I'm sure, but that's their opinion, and I respect their opinion too.
Yeah.
I just, you know, until I see like hard facts, I'm one of those that's very stubborn in my views, I think. You know, the fact that the UK government's not been doing what it's said it's been doing and everything else, we won't go into politics, but yeah, you know.
Yeah, no.
If it was all peachy, then, you know, yeah. But anyway, let's get off that subject and back onto maybe monorails and trains and whatnot. So I'm going to ask you a question nobody's probably asked you, Mr. Elder.
Okay, yeah, this will be interesting.
Do you know what you're getting, or what have you asked for Christmas? It's getting closer and closer, and I don't hear a single person ask anybody else, oh, what are you getting for Christmas?
I think at this stage, it's kind of funny because I guess, you know, being into Lego and things like that. So, like, I know what the kids are getting.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. So, and if you know, if they happen to need help or a bit of a hand, I'm sure that will be forthcoming. So, no, I think we're just yeah. Obviously, the kids will have their Christmas and stuff like that, but it's more just trying to save a bit of money to redo the house and things like that. So. That's been a bit more of a focus than anything else.
Oh, you're going DIY next year?
Next year or the year after or whenever. So, yeah.
Ouch. So you won't be buying a few sets for a couple of months?
No, we're actually been going a bit the opposite way. Because when we do that, we're going to have to clear out some space and stuff like that. And it's like, well, you know, I've got this Lego set sitting up in the loft, not doing anything. And then I started looking on eBay as to what the current resale prices are. And so, you know what? I got that secondhand. And if I sold it now, I'd actually make a bit of money off it. So it's like...
That's it. Quids in.
Yeah, so...
Indeed.
Did a bit of that. And, you know, the brownie points for getting rid of some Lego out of the house didn't go astray either.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. It's when she sees it all turning back up because you've ordered the bulk load more. Thought you said you was getting rid of it. I did. Got some new stuff.
Yeah. I've turned it over.
Yeah, I've never owned this before. This isn't the same Lego.
Yeah, no, it's not the same. How come the box is sealed? Well, I got
I've got to say, I've took a lot of things apart during lockdown. I can name two things. I had the Jurassic Park house. I took that apart, and I can honestly say I don't regret taking it apart. And just recently, I took the Hidden Side Newbury High School, which is the maroon red high school.
Yeah.
Came out the first series, and I've just took that apart. And I said to the missus earlier, Matt, I'm a pretty clever guy, and I claim to be like the brains of the house and whatnot. And we were sitting there and we were just mucking about talking. I said, darling, I know you love me. I said, but can you answer a question for me? She said, what's that? I said, what on earth possessed you to get me car garages this year? And she just looked at me and smiled, Matt. And I said, come on. I said, you know that I'm the train guy. I said, so why did you get me car garages? And she just laughed as if to say, I don't know. And I was like, well, maybe next year you let me choose, yeah? Without sounding ungrateful, whatever the car garages are, I don't care. They're going to be cool. I'm going to enjoy them. They're from her, yeah. But,
Yeah.
no, it's like, you could have said, what train set do you want out of 3 or something? It's not that, Mr. I've given the baby one of my trains, so I'm one down already. Keep saying to her, if you get him one for Christmas, I can have it. Then it'll replace the one he's had.
It's like one of these trickle down effects.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If either of the boys at some point, right in the future when I'm old and grey and that want to take the collection on, I'm more than happy for them to take it on. I mean, I don't think the girls will be into it, which is understandable. But the boys, yeah, if they want to take it when I sort of reach the end of days, then I would feel like glad. But I've also found out, Mr. Elder, that my teenage son, he's always in all my streams. If I stream, he's always in them. And it's took me 3 months to work out what his YouTube name was to realise. I was like, is that you, mate? He's like, yeah, Dad. I'm like, you're in every stream I do. He's like, I know. I was like, another year or two, and we go on and do like father and son, if you don't mind. He's like, I'd like that.
Yeah. What, is he just interested in it, or?
Well, he's a Lego nut as well. He's like I say, my vintage castle that I got on the floor here is his, and I've always that was the one thing I had before I sort of got back out of my dark age. The castle was always sitting there. I bought it for my son. It was a late 80s castle, and yeah, it was quite expensive, but I bought it for him, and it just sat there. It always sat there. And then I sort of came out of my dark ages and that. But yeah, no, I said to him about it, and he was like, yeah, no, I like that. And I was like, you do know the whole idea of the YouTube is like, if any of you kids ever want to look back, you'll be able to see everything I've done, the fun I had building it. These videos don't go away, like you said, Matt.
Yeah.
There is an archive of somewhere in the world.
Yeah.
If you want to look hard enough, I'm sure you could find it. I mean, they say the internet's terrible for that.
It never goes away.
That's it. Once said, it can't be taken back.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, again, that would be nice. But so be it. If the kids don't want the collection, they're more than welcome to sell it and enjoy the money.
Yeah, that'll be the sort of thing. I mean, because you've got some of the old road base.
I've got a great big pile of the old road plates. Yes.
Yeah, because the way things are going, they're going to be worth a bit of money in the not too distant future.
Well, it's not that, Mr. Elder. It's like the raised ones I've got. I've got 3 of the raised ones. I've got the Ice Planet one. I've got the Pirates base that's raised with the slope, which is grey and blue. Then I've got the black one, which is actually the monorail base, and at the moment they're £30 each.
Yeah.
Now, like you say, they're the vintage old style, and they're raised. And pretty much every time I bring them out and show people, it's like, wow. Now, to me, they're not wow, because I remember them, not the black one and the blue and white Ice Planet one, because I never had them as a child. But the pirate one, I remember always being in my Lego chest. Do you know what I mean? That was one base plate that I did have. And it's like you say, with the new roads and that, now they're just going to go up again. And eventually they're going to end up like £50 a plate, man. At that point, I probably will have to sell them. You know, because it's starting to, I mean, you know, there are people that don't ever take things out of the boxes. God. My collection's up, down, apart, disassembled. I mean, I was talking with Hoosier the other evening. Don't know if you can see these little 1x4 brown tiles.
Yeah.
Sometimes I use them in between the train track. These are the worst ones for actually snapping. When you pull them off, they snap in half.
Yeah.
Very brittle, Mr. Elder. Very
some brittle ones. Yeah.
I don't like the idea of them, so I use the grey 2x4s. If I can show you this one, they aren't they? Grey 2x4.
Yeah.
They work a lot better, and they anchor down a bit better.
Not as brittle.
Yeah, no, them brown ones are disappointed with them.
Are they the dark brown?
I have the dark and the light.
Yeah, because usually it's the dark ones which are more expensive, and they're sort of easily confused with the the reddish brown.
Yeah, no, I've got the dark brown and the light brown ones. Yeah, both.
That,
12 hours of Christmas. Okay. Yeah, I'll take you back, Mr. Elder. This is one that I love to tell people. As a child, my mum would always have her dad come and stay Christmas Eve. And obviously my granddad was very old, very, very old. He had an oxygen canister, light, and all the rest of it. And he'd always come and stay Christmas Eve. And I mean, I'm talking, I was probably 4 or 5 years old here, Mr. Elder. Christmas Eve, what would happen is my mum and dad would go to bed, and my granddad would put the door against the front room door, because we had one of them panelled glass doors.
Yep.
So it was like the chair was against the door to stop us kids getting in. Well, obviously 2 or 3 hours after they went to bed, we were down there banging on the door, weren't we? Granddad used to say to us, right, you can come in, but you can't touch the presents till your parents get up. So as a childhood memory, that was Christmas for me, always remembering that Granddad was there. And after 15 minutes of knocking on the door, he'd give in and he'd say, all right, you can come in and sit down, but don't touch anything till your mum and dad get up.
Get up. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, today's kids just ain't got a clue with their iPhone 11s at like nearly £2,000 and whatever they are and all of that. You know, to us, just sitting there looking at the presents was the best bit.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing where whatever you've got, like, you just really took really good care of it, and it was like, you know, you'd only get like one thing sort of thing, whereas now they get everything that opens and shuts, literally. It's just a different world.
Total different world, total. Yeah, now I'm going out Christmas shopping Friday. I've got to get for the wife and the wife only. Because, we got a bit of you going on next year. We're not doing DIYs as such to the house. We'll be doing DIY to the vehicles, because apart from my motorcycle in the garage, there's 2 others in there that I've got to repair. Plus the wife's got a classic Mini, which she's got to finish building, because, she's restoring a classic Mini. Then on top of that, we got the people carrier that needs. So, New year for us, we get rid of a couple of the debts and start working on all the vehicles.
And all the bits and pieces.
Yeah, we're going to get the vehicles all fixed, but we're going to be just as poor.
But at least you'll be able to go places.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. But you know, it's hard with COVID. You can't go anywhere, and I mean, even the electricity guy said, you know, no wonder you ain't gone like crazy through lockdown with all the kids. I said, well, no, because I sit in the Lego room most of the time. Again, he just laughed and he was like, you know, I totally get that, you know. TV's nothing on TV. There isn't, you know. The wife got a TV guide out earlier. I said, do people still buy them? The one for Christmas, Mr. Older.
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing. I mean, my wife got that one or whatever, and I think more so just to go through and start highlighting some of the Christmas movies and things to watch with the kids and stuff like that. But yeah,
I mean, again, don't get me wrong. BBC One, I believe, Christmas Day, or is it Christmas Eve? From the second you wake up, it's non-stop movies, which for the kids is fine, but for the adults, it's not so good because it's everything you've already seen 50 times.
Right. Well, it's just such a different world because, like, Australia, because it's summer and things like that, like you're generally just not watching TV because you're outside, kids get new presents, all that sort of stuff. So it's really interesting when it seems to be much more of a tradition here, doing that. And then you've got, what is it, the Queen's sort of address at 3:00 in the afternoon or whatever it is. Like,
yeah. I was in GJ Bricks stream earlier today, and he had someone on called Tasman, who's another Australian. He said the Australians celebrate like Christmas in the summer. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like rather than have it like winter, because obviously Australia doesn't have much of a winter.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, we get to
have summer in the Christmas in the summer, and it's like, barbecue, cricket, and all of that. And I was like, wow.
Yeah, it's
just another thing that you live and learn. I never knew that, and I probably never would have known that. But it's just nice to hear how different cultures do different things.
Yeah, because that's all the because it's nice for the kids too, and I mean that's the thing which I appreciated as a kid, because you'd basically have, because it's summer, you've got your 6 or 7 weeks holidays, so you get your presents at the beginning of summer effectively, and then you've got like another 4 weeks or so to actually enjoy them. Whereas I feel a bit bad for the kids here, because you get the presents, you sort of get like a week or so, and then it's back to school. And then half the things that you might want to give them, like, bicycles and sorts of things like that, it's like, well, what are they going to do? Go out in the rain in it? Like, not really.
That's it. It is, I'm a true gent. I leave it all to the woman. I'm like, you can sort Christmas out. And it's like, oh, okay. The wife's working Christmas Day, Mr. Elder. I'll be on the YouTubes.
So you will, you won't?
No, I will. I'll be on Christmas Day. Definitely be on Christmas Day. I don't know if I'll be building what I've got or what, but yeah, I'll be on here Christmas Day.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's just streaming, watching, whatever. I'm not bothered.
What's happening there? Yeah. No, I think we'll just sort of. I think we're going across to some of the in-laws or something like that. So, I mean, the only time I sort of turn around, sort of say, if you're going to buy Lego or anything like that, come talk to me, because we're not going to pay full price for stuff.
Yeah, there's a few sets I got my eye on, but I got some plans this year. Things are, or rather this year coming, should I say, so that everybody gets it. I've got some plans coming up. I've mentioned a couple of times before. Rather than having all these individual castles, Mr. Elder. This year I'm going to focus on doing a proper castle build, and it will be a castle of scale. And yeah, that's going to be one thing. I think that's going to push me into bricklinking and doing a bit of that stuff though, because I'm going to need to get like quite a lot more castle bits than I've got at the moment and whatnot. So I'm going to build a castle, but I also want to get the trains. Like in the next year, I want to get the trains to the next level. I want to at least acquire 2 or 3 or maybe 4 trains this year coming, so that there's more to go on the train content.
Yeah. Oh, cool. I mean, what are you sort of getting for Christmas?
As I said, all I know is that I've got 2 car garages. I couldn't tell you which ones they are.
Okay.
But I've got 2 car garages and the boxes are pretty decent size. So, yeah.
Nice.
I mean, other than that, I haven't really asked for anything, Mr. Elder, to be fair. There's not a lot I want. I could do with some parts. Do you know what I mean? Just parts. There's a couple of sets I've got my eye on. A couple of friend sets that are going to come out 2021. Other than that, I can't honestly say that I'm hyped for anything. I like the idea of the police station. I will bring that up. I do like the idea of it in modular form like that. I think it looks good. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but as the first police modular, it's reasonably priced and yeah, don't look too bad.
Yeah, no, I certainly like it, and I like the gang that they've got there with the donut shop there as well. And so,
I mean, again, like, you know, January, February, when we get a little bit more sorted before I start the bikes and that, obviously there are a couple of sets I need to catch up on, one of which being that I didn't get the Sesame Street set. I was a little bit upset that I couldn't get that when it first come out, but so be it. I'm not in no rush for it, Mr. Elder. It's not like I need it, so
yeah, and I mean, for me, unless there's a set that just is really something is right up my alley, something I really like and would enjoy, or it doesn't have, it's got a good gift with purchase promo. Most of it's sort of like, well, we'll just hold off for a year or two and waiting for a good sale to come along. Like,
I do agree and I don't agree. I do agree totally, because sometimes, excuse me, you just can't jump as quick as you want. But it's like, and I say this every time just to remind myself, like when I first got into modulars, Mr. Elder, I had the choice of what I went for first, because the first modular I bought myself.
Yeah.
And I obviously went for Assembly Square because of how big and bold it is. Hello, Mr. Hinkle. How you doing?
Kevin, how's things going?
Yeah, choosing the Assembly Square, I turned around and said one of the next ones I'll get is at Apocalypseburg. And do you know what, Mr. Elder? I said it. Then I got the diner that's glued. I bought that on eBay. I had that little mishap and bought that. Then she said, what set do you want? And this was probably the time that I really should have got the Apocalypseburg. And that was the Palace Cinema, the Christmas just gone. Now the Apocalypseburg has gone through the blinking roof.
Yeah, I mean, that one, it was only on the shelves for 9 months. And that was one of the... I managed to pick that up secondhand for a good price.
I just like it, although it's an awkward, like horribly awkward shape, and it would be a pain in the backside to sort of orchestrate into a city. I just like to build, you know. It's different. It's different. That's what I like about it. It's not the conventional, is it?
No, it was one of my favorite sets for last year, actually, because I mean, I have a thing for the Statue of Liberty anyhow. But then the fact that it was sideways, like it works all the way in the round. It had great minifigures, all that sort of stuff. So, and what do you got? Doc Simpson, can I have some more? And Kevin's in. Yeah, we're still going. Yeah, Kevin, this is the 12 Hours of Christmas, so part one. So going to do 6 hours today and then 6 hours next week. And I think I'm just about to hit 6 hours, actually. So it might be a little bit more because I just want to finish this one off. And saying, Doc, I loved your college art film. I'll have to check that out if there's something there. But yeah, the problem with the Apocalypseburg one was the bricklinkers got a hold of it, and by the time they parted it out, it was worth twice as much as what they paid for it. So, because of the minifigures mainly.
Yeah. I mean, again, Hoosier bought the Diagon Alley and sold the Harry Potter figures again, Mr. Elder, and I think he made like a good percentage of his dollar back on the minifigures because he didn't want the figures.
Yeah. And some people the other way, it's like, well, I don't want to pay the £400 or £500 to get the minifigures. I just want the minifigures.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is what it is with those. Sorry, just looking at the chat here.
I want to say, Mr. Hinkle, looking very dapper in your suit on your latest thumbnail. Very dapper.
Yeah, he's managed to lose a bit of weight, which that's great. In these sorts of conditions, it's like when you're stuck at home, you can't go anywhere. And
It's either that or when he puts the suit on, he feels like Lord Business.
I think part of that is his sig fig. What do they call those things? Business card thingy, whatever. I don't know. It's too late to be thinking properly.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so
what did Mr. Hinkle do for me the other day? He done Jafar. He was doing the Disney characters, Mr. Elder, and I asked Jafar, and he done me Jafar.
Yeah, I think I saw that on the summary sort of drawing. So
yeah, well, funny thing, I typed in Google and I typed in rare Disney characters, and he come up as number 2. So. You live and learn. Again, I didn't think he'd be number 2. I thought he'd have been further down the list. But yeah, he was number 2, I think.
Okay.
So I asked Mr. Hinkle to draw it for me.
Yeah.
I like that. It's based on the Preston business.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Like he's, rather than having business cards, like the minifigure or something or other. Anyhow, whatever. But yeah, he's got that there. So. And then I learned that in YouTube thumbnail skill. Put your face on your thumbnail. Yeah, it's I've seen 2 schools of thought on that, and I've tried both, and I think it's put your face on your thumbnail if you can get away with it.
Yeah.
If you got a face for radio, maybe not so much.
That's it. My radio voice is brilliant, but the whole thing I'm not so hot on.
Okay, not so sold on that one. So
now again, I've got all the wife's Harry Potter still to go through.
Okay.
Because the wife basically backed out of collecting Harry Potter this year, so I'm about 4. I would say 4 of the bigger sets, and probably a couple of the little sets out on the Harry Potter at the moment. Obviously, the Series 2 minifigures, I've only got 2 of them. But yeah, all her collections sitting next door, and like, come after Christmas, I'm going to sort through and decide what should be kept and what I'm going to put back in boxes and sell. Obviously, I'm off like You know, my friends in the Lego community will be offered it at whatever the wife deems fit. I mean, obviously, I know it's all been taken out the box and played with, whatever. But yeah, it will all be complete in box with instructions. If it comes to it, I'll go and get some Ziploc bags, and yeah, that will go into her car fund for getting bits for her car and whatnot, because it was her Lego. The bits I keep, I will keep, just because I think, you know, I mean, she's got all the pieces to make up the school, all the bits that plug into each other. Matt, do you know the ones I mean?
Yeah. The
She's got all of them bits, and it's like it would be quite criminal to just take it apart and sell it after all of that. So I mean, I get to keep what I want, but I obviously also get to keep what I want as parts as well, because anything in parts is going to save her buying me sets. So
yeah, particularly if there's,
I could, in theory, have the whole collection, but I don't want it. I would rather she get some money back for the smaller sets and whatnot. You know, the Series 1 minifigures, they're almost complete. You know, things like that. All the figures are like in good condition. They're a little bit dusty, I'm not going to lie. Everything's dusty, it's Lego. But yeah, no, there's quite a lot of Harry Potter for me to go through. So it's definitely got stuff to do.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, a lot of I found in terms of the dust, if you just get a little paintbrush, works wonders to get it out, because then you can get into everything as well.
I was one for compressed air, but I didn't get very far with it.
Yeah, if you got asthma and you got a lot of dust, and all of a sudden it's going up into the air and you're breathing it back in, it's like, well,
yeah. Sometimes it's better to leave it on the Lego.
Let it fall gently rather than blast it away. So.
That's it. I mean, again, I will be honest, I did think about turning into one of them horrible people that buy shelves and put things on shelves, but I can't be that way, Mr. Elder. It's just not in me. Even if I had the Maersk train here, it would be out the box, built, and going around the track.
Yeah.
To sit and look at it. If it hasn't got a use, it's got a use as parts. If it hasn't got a use as parts, then I don't need it. And that's why, I mean, again, I don't go crazy with all the new sets I have done this year. I've gone quite mad and had quite a lot of the stuff before other people. The Hidden Side Castle, I was one of the first out of our little bunch to have that. I was so glad when all the Americans went out and bought it, because it was released over there. You know, that kind of made me feel good that, you know, that I had it to people that had wanted to see it, what it was about, and whether it was worth the money. I will say this, compared to Australia, God damn, they've got inflation.
Yeah, I call it the Australia tax.
Well, no, Mr. Elder, like, I paid £100 for my Hidden Side Castle. They were all talking like 200 plus, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, no, it's that's why we call it the Australia tax. It's so far away. There's no competition, and they've been doing that stuff ever since I was a little kid. Like, you look at the exchange rate, and then you look at what you're paying. And it's like, wait a minute.
I mean, again, I'm not being funny, Mr. Elder. I'm probably a little bit dumb to this, but like, the wife watches all the border force and that. And to get into Australia, you're only allowed to take a certain amount of money. Now, if the Lego sets are that dear, they wouldn't let me in because I'd take about enough for Lego.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times it's more hard currency or, you know, precious metals and things. But yeah, it's a drug dealing thing. If you're coming in with like 200,000 in cash, it's like, why? Like, we don't like that idea. We'd much prefer you run it through a bank where it can be traced and monitored, and somebody can take a commission off it.
Yeah. But no, I mean, again, I just found it like quite shocking at how different the prices were. Because I mean, again, some things we pay dear for in the UK, and other things obviously America paid dear for. I mean,
and Australia pays dear for everything.
Yeah,
like that's. I mean, it was one reason why we sort of came over to the UK, because we were living in Sydney, and it's basically twice as expensive as London, and your wages aren't all that different. And it just, I can walk into Waitrose, and it's like the food is half price from what I'm used to paying. It's just, and like even on some things like bananas, like it'll be 69p a kilogram or something like that here. It's sort of like in summer we grow the things, and you won't get them for less than $2 a kilogram, and that's in summer. And most of the time it's like 5, 6, $7 a kilogram. It's just like,
don't, Mr. Elder. In my younger days, we're probably talking 10 years ago, maybe a bit more, I lived in a premises with some Polish guys that had come over. They're brilliant guys, worked in like a local fish and chip shop, And we got to drinking one night like you do. And I said to her, why'd you come to England? I said, people that live in England hate it. And he explained it to me, Mr. Elder. In Poland, you can have a 2-bedroom apartment with lovely views, like spa jacuzzi on your balcony, for about 900, whatever the currency is in Poland. It was £8 for argument's sake. £900, you can have that. In the UK, you can rent a 1-bedroom flat for about £800.
Yeah.
Right, and I said to him, how much does it cost to live out there? He said, packet of cigarettes is the UK equivalent of £2.50. I said, so why in the UK are they like £8? He's like, I don't know. I said, if I go out to Poland, I said, and I tried to survive, I said, what happens if I don't get a job? He said, no state benefit. He said, you basically get given like next to nothing to live on. I said, so you've come over here because of the money? He's like, yeah. I said, so if I was to go to your country, I'd get nothing. He's like, yeah. I was like, no wonder you all want to come to the UK to work, because the pound is the strongest currency. And I understand that now. I obviously don't hate the guys for coming over here,
Oh, yeah, it is.
The work, the English won't. The English are very lazy in that respect. And I can say it being English.
Well, that did my head in when I came over here. Like, if you go to Australia, and very similar to that, if you're not a permanent resident or Australian citizen, you can't claim basically benefits or anything like that. And then even if you can, they're really not enough to live off or survive on. So it's just a completely different mentality. So like, wait a minute, I can walk off a plane and start claiming benefits? How does that work? Like, what?
Yeah, no.
So,
like I say, it's like the prices are very different. I mean, obviously this year I've done a couple of firsts. I've never posted something to America. I did that this year, Everyone told me I won't get there, and no, it's terrible. I went to the post office. I done as the woman told me. Sloth got the package, and then Sloth done likewise. There is no issue with sending, even in these times, from America to the UK. But we've not had any problems anyway.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's
like I say, though, a bit different, because I've never had to send to America. I mean, not
send anything over. Yeah, I mean, we sort of do Christmas cards in like weekend batches, because it's sort of like, because it takes so long for stuff to get to Australia, like normally in the post, and then by the time you come around Christmas, it's like, if you don't send stuff by usually about the last week of November or the first week of December, it won't make it to Australia for Christmas. So it's like, right, okay, so we're doing the Australian Christmas cards this weekend, so we do that and send them out. And then the next weekend, it's like, okay, we're doing the ones for the Americans, because we've got some friends in America. Send them out. And then the weekend after that, it's like, okay, for the ones in the UK, we'll do it. By the end of it, the kids are like, why are we still doing this? It's like, well, you know how you get presents from these people.
They open presents and eat dinner, don't they? Whereas for the parents, you're sitting there like, yeah, dreading them months appearing on the calendar, because you've got a whole buttload of work to do.
Yeah. And then Kevin, there was a PR issue when the Big Sydney Lego Sydney Opera House Lego set came out years ago. Why is this local landmark more expensive here than anywhere else in the world? Yeah, it does do your head in with that. And then literally eating a banana right now stops buying on me, Matt. Yeah, no, it is. And that was the thing when they first, when the internet first started to become big, and particularly once the iTunes, because it used to always be the sort of thing, oh, well, Australia's so far away, so it's, the cost of shipping, blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, I don't think so. That still doesn't even make sense. So when they opened the iTunes store up, and it's sort of like, okay, so this song costs 99 cents in America and it costs $2 in Australia. How does that work? Now that you don't have that shipping excuse. And it's like, oh, well, we have to set up servers in Australia. It's like, yeah, that costs next to nothing. Like, they do it because they can, basically. So,
Yeah.
I mean, what's the alternative? Was at least with the UK, if, previous to the next 3 weeks, it's like, well, if you don't like it in the UK, you can go and get it from, France or Spain or Germany or, wherever it is.
This is it. I still remember, Mr. Elder, like when the internet first was dial-up. I mean, I used to people in America and stuff like that all the time. I was constantly online. The computer was connected 24/7. And it was like, you used to sit in chat rooms and talk to people just randomly, and it's like, oh, then you had MSN, and it's like, you can't do that. And with that, they shut MSN down and all of that, and a week later, Facebook come out. And I was like, hang on, this is just MSN under a new name.
Yeah, new name, new, yeah. Well, the old days when you used to have the IRC chat. You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now see. And what was that other one? Was it actually? I'm trying to remember the app, which it's kind of like a version of Messenger. Was it IRC? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is MSN, Mr. Elder.
Yeah.
Because MSN was the main chat feature. Literally a lot of people used to have MSN Messenger and would have like 100 contacts, and no matter what you're doing on your PC, it would always be on the side. You would get the DMs, and then that sort of closed down due to the fact that they thought it was a bad idea. And like I said, a week later, they come out with the Facebook. So I can still remember being around my friend's house. My friend saying, do you want a cup of tea? And I sat down and I said, what's this on your laptop? Oh, that's the Facebook. And it's like, can I have a look? And it's like, yeah, go on then. And that was it. And I've been on Facebook ever since.
Do you use it much these days?
I've got a retro gaming group on there. There's over 1,000 members on that.
Okay.
I manage that. I'm also a moderator for the basically the model of my motorcycle that I've got. I managed to get into the group, and somebody decided that they thought I knew what I was talking about and wanted me to be a mod because they couldn't take the responsibility of the group, so they were going to make some mods. So I jumped in on that, and wow, what can I say? That opened so many doors with my bike, because my bike's not a brand new one. The parts are hard to find, and as soon as I joined that group and progressed in the group, I mean, I've had a friend up north send me, well, to go and buy on eBay, probably near on £1,000 worth of motorcycle parts. And every time I say to him, what do you want for them? He says, no, you've done favours for me, I remember what you've done for me. And I'm like, no, come on. He's like, no, I don't want your money. I just want you happy and to be able to go out on your bike. And like I say, that's the same with YouTube. I've met so many good people, but I've also met the other side, whereas I've met the kind of people that have got set sealed, tucked away. So if I ever want to venture into the you know, the collecting side, Mr. Elder. I know who to approach for what sets, and
Yeah.
it's one of those. Anybody can go in the shop and buy something that's new, but I don't like just the new stuff. I like a lot of the old stuff. I like the vintage. I mean, I've got one set in the other room that's only got 3 numbers on the box. That'll give you a clue on how old it is.
Yeah, no, I've got a number of those, just because they're from when we were kids and things,
Yeah, yeah.
and a lot of them too. If they're brand new, sealed in the box, then yeah, they're crazy prices. But a lot of them, like if they're complete, the boxes might be a bit beat up, and this, that, and the other. It's actually really cheap to get them.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's like the Christmas sets. I said I'm going to start buying them in the summer, Mr. Elder, because this time of year, inflation has just put them through the roof.
Yeah.
So I'll wait till the summer when nobody is buying Christmas, and then I'll just go and buy what I want to start doing a Christmas village. Because again, the wife looked at a Christmas train. I said, don't look at pattern ones when I could have a Lego one. We have to actually stop looking.
Yeah.
I think, maybe next year, but again, it's something for the ideas board.
Yeah. And Kevin, my first internet was AOL. You have a kid?
I think everybody's first internet was AOL, really.
Oh, I think I might be a tiny little bit older than some people, so it's like, yeah, AOL was still a number of years off at that point. No, I mean, for us, the big thing was, because Australia was so far behind with everything, is if you had to make a phone call from a regional area to one of the big cities, or just even out of your region, you were getting charged per minute on your phone call. And then it's sort of like the internet came along. It's like, wait a minute, I can have a local call, and through the internet, I can dial pretty much anywhere for the sake of a local call. Like, all of a sudden, it's like, wow, okay, we're saving lots of money now. So, I don't know if it was the same in the UK. I mean, did you used to have like sort of like local rates and then long distance rates, or is it all just?
Yeah, same again. I mean, you saying that, it's like when the first mobiles come out. Like, obviously in the UK, everybody had landlines, Mr. Elder. So to ring a mobile from a landline was like £2 a minute.
Yeah, no, the early days had that issue too. Yeah.
But I can remember the first mobile phone I bought. It held 10 text messages and 50 contacts, and I was like, wow.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Back in the day, you used to have to actually remember phone numbers.
Yeah. Like once the phone was filled up, that was it. Or the conventional thing with us lot as youngsters was we'd all carry around A4 sheets of paper with everyone's mobile numbers on.
Yeah, you'd literally have a little black book to have all your phone numbers in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I have vivid memories of grandfather telling me, get off the internet, I need to make a phone call. I remember the flip side of that. If you had call waiting, somebody would call in and it would disconnect the internet. And it's like, to get rid of this. And even the speeds, like it was, what was the initial ones? It was like, was it 2,800 kilobits or something? And then you upgraded to a 56K modem. And it's like, wow, this is going so fast now. It's like, yeah.
The youth of today do not know how far the world has come.
Well, even just talking with the kids, like our kids, because they're quite young. And yeah, it's just no concept. But then again, it's like, I'm sure when we were speaking with our grandparents and things like that, and they were telling us about, not having cars, or, not having TV, and then not having a color TV. And
again, like you say, saying this the other day, I think me and the wife were talking to the kids. And I said, like, going back to when my mum was alive and being a child, my mum would send me up the shop at 13 with £7.50 for the gas, Mr. Elder, and £7.50 for the electric. And she would sit there all week, even if it was the summer, with the gas fire on. If it was the summer, she'd have the windows open as well. She was that ill, bless her. But I said, you put £7.50 on your gas and electric nowadays, that's gone in a day and a half if you're lucky.
Yeah.
I said, you know, back then, like £100 was a lot of money. Nowadays, £100 pocket money.
Yeah.
You know, the world has changed a lot, you know. Constant ads on Facebook. Do you remember when Fredo was 10p? He's now like 25. So what has he got? A wife, like kids and a family now?
That's brilliant. Love it.
Well, you know, it's them little things, you know, like chocolate bars. Nowadays, they're like £2 for £1. It's like a can of Coke's almost £1. I mean, I dare to say it. Cigarettes, God, the price of them.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, things have gone up, but I think if you took the tax out of cigarettes, all of a sudden they're actually relatively cheap.
Well, that's it. That's what I mean. You know, it's just crucify. I heard a rumor they were going to do away with MOTs, Mr. Elder.
What?
Yeah, there was a rumor that the UK Parliament were going to do away with MOTs, and you were going to pay per mile on what you drove. And I was like, well, that's a load of nonsense, because I'm not going to be having any of that.
I mean, half the point of the MOT is to make sure the car's safe.
Yeah.
Didn't collect money.
Just another con, isn't it? It's just, look, you know, it's bad enough that you pay road tax in the state of the roads. Especially being a cyclist, like motorcyclist, I can say that the state of the roads in the UK are atrocious.
The flip side of that, though, in Australia is really bad for it, in Sydney in particular, is you basically have toll roads everywhere.
Yeah.
Which end up costing you a fortune, because if you got to go anywhere, half the time you got to pay 3 tolls.
Yeah.
Which is, when I came to the UK, it's sort of like, it basically doesn't exist. Okay, yeah, you've got the Dartford one and things like that. But otherwise, it's like, I mean, you've obviously got the congestion charge, but that's if you don't go near central London, which we never do, like in a car, it doesn't really.
Well, that's it. I'm not being funny, Mr. Ed. I said this the other day. If you're going to go near the big city, the best way to go is on the loco. So,
on
you
the
know,
what?
just get on the train, innit? Because it takes you right to London. I said you got to be crazy to want to drive up there.
Yeah, I think it's a different culture.
It's it's a ghost town at the moment because of, well, I'd imagine it's not now because we're out of lockdown, isn't it? So everyone's going manic for Christmas.
Yeah, I mean, the wife's been going into work some days in the city, and it's like some areas are, but then others it's sort of like, well, the shops are closed down. They've never, because, people aren't really, there's not enough people there to be going out for lunches and things to sustain, a lot of the restaurants and things like that. So they're all sort of closing down, and so it's,
That cool trick when I was ready to get picked up at the local. Yeah, now that's called a drop call in the UK, Mr. Hinkle. As a child, I was probably one of the only ones that was not on contract. All the other children had contracts. So what I'd do is keep 50p on my phone so I could ring and hang up, and then they'd have to ring me back. Same sort of thing, I would imagine. But yeah, it always worked for me.
Well, I remember with my mother and my auntie had they have a little system going, and it's sort of like, because you could dial the number and obviously it wouldn't cost you anything. So it'd be sort of like, okay, if I dial, I'll let it ring twice, and then if I dial again, hang up, and then dial and let it ring 3 times, then you'll know it means this sort of thing. So you could communicate without actually having to pay it. It was kind of.
This is it. I mean, the world has changed a lot since I was a child. It does make you laugh. Like I said, the first phone I had could hold 10 text messages. I don't think with the most up-to-date phones there is actually a limit on how many text messages they can hold.
Well, I think the hard drive size is effectively so big it doesn't make any difference. Like,
I mean, again, I can remember, Mr. Elder, like when I was learning PCs when I was 14, you know, my first hard drive in my first PC was 8 megabytes.
Yeah.
Now, then 8 megabytes was a lot. You could have an operating system, you could have 4 or 5 games, you could do other things. Do you know what I mean? And going back to the processors, people say, oh, my computer's not fast enough. Cool. If you could go back to when I was 14 and I could show you what I had back then and then say the same thing to me again, I would have to call you a liar because, yeah, back then we're talking like in the days of the 286 and things like this. Oh, you know, nowadays it's all about £300 graphics cards, you know, 28-inch 4K monitors and, oh, don't. The world has changed a lot in one small lifetime for me. I've seen a lot of good and a lot of bad, you know, equal share of both. I've got to say, Mr. Earl, I wanted to say just a second ago, you see the shadow stroke, like, tanning of him that you did. That's excellent. That proper, you know, the shadowing on his face.
Yeah.
That's proper. You know, I've been looking at that for like 5 minutes. I wanted to say something. So I have. That's look good. I like that.
So do you recognize who it is?
Am I right in saying it's Bruce Willis?
Yeah. Cool, excellent. So,
yeah. I keep seeing the post on Facebook, Mr. Elder. It's not Christmas till you see Hans Gruber sliding off the building.
Well, it is. Yeah, because last week the theme we had was Christmas movies, and my little shtick with that was Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
No, it definitely qualifies as one of the Christmas movies.
Yeah, so
I mean,
and Bricks just did request it.
I don't know if you've had this. Did you get it on the Christmas movies? Did you get the snowman, Mr. Elder?
No, I didn't actually.
See? Now that's a Christmas movie. I mean, even as an adult, you know, waking up watching the snowman, you know.
Is that the kids animated one?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Because that was interesting because I'd never heard of it before it came to the UK.
Yeah. No, that's
the wife
a wonderful thing. That is.
Yeah, it was a huge thing. And they're like, "Oh, we're going to go and see the production of it in wherever it was." And it's like, "Oh, okay, I'd never even heard of this sort of thing." And they're like, "No, this is huge. Like, you know, every British kid knows about da 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 da." I was like, "Oh, okay." Like,
I mean, again, I'll give you for instance. When I was at school, on one of the very few occasions. Is it C.J. Lewis, Lion Witch and the Wardrobe, Mr. Elder?
C.S. Lewis, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they were doing it at the Royal Albert Hall in London or somewhere up there or the Royal Theatre Hall. Like I said, I didn't spend much time at school, but I remember going and watching that play and silly things like that. You know, it's like the snowman. You remember these things. Never watched one of the movies when they come out on DVD. Not even one. But I saw it, you know, as a play, and it was like the snowman. It's something I will never forget. It's one of my childhood memories. But the snowman is in its own right. It's just a banging thing. It's a Christmas thing as well.
Yeah.
You know, I watched Home Alone probably 2 weeks ago now because Christmas I'm always a little bit of a Grinch. The wife, but you know, I have my reasons and whatnot, and you know, I try to be happy for the kids and that.
Yeah.
You know, that's the best I can do. I know I get a good meal. Probably end up falling asleep at some point.
I mean, that's the thing. It's just, you know, you go through it as a kid, and then when you have kids and things like that, and able to see the joy that they have, Yeah, they might be a bit spoiled and have a bit of an attitude about a few things, but to be young again.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I mean, like we were saying about the base plates earlier. I mean, I can remember waking up at Christmas and having the Technic car, Mr. Elder. Do you know the one I mean? The one that was like what I consider one of the first big Technic cars.
Was that the one which sort of basically it was more or less just a chassis with seats?
Yeah, yeah, that's the one. I
Yeah.
remember waking up at Christmas, opening that, and it was like,
Yeah.
it was like someone had handed you the keys to the kingdom. I was like, yes, yes, yes. Sat there for like a day and a half as a kid, building it and taking it apart and building the different builds with it. I mean, when you think back now to before my dark age, when I was a child, I had a trunk and I called it my pirate's chest, and it was all my Lego. It was all my Technic, all the power functions and motors that I had from back then. And it was all my pirates as well, because I had tons of pirate stuff. I'd never had any of the ships. We wasn't rich enough for them.
Yeah.
But I'd always traded the people with like kids at school and kids on the estate. And I had quite a collection of the little pirate figures. And I got to that typical teenage, I must have been 12 or 13, Mr. Elder. Wanted to go out with my friends, and I had no money. And my nan had a second-hand shop, and my uncle worked in there, and he bought hi-fis and whatnot. And I'd gone in there on this day, and I was like, I want to go out. Can I borrow some money off of her? And neither of them would lend me any money, and I understood that. And about an hour later, I rang my uncle up. I said, come on, please help me. He said, well, what you got? I said, look, I've got a box of Lego here. I said, I don't really play with it. He said, all right, I'll give you 50 quid for it. That's right. So with that, I took the 50 quid and I went out. If I had that box today, Mr. Elder, I reckon it's probably 5-10 grand in there. I kid you not. I had so many Technic sets after that red car because my parents found it like, I don't know, they were shocked at how quick I could build the Technic. But we're talking the original Technic, not this new stuff like you had that spins round at 100 miles an hour.
No, much the same. We had some of the, I guess it'd be like the medium-sized sets for the Technic, because that for those first couple of supercars, it was just out of the budget. There was no way that was ever happening. And yeah, being able to get a hold of some of those sets we had as a kid, they're literally just like 10-15 pounds sort of thing, and that's with like the boxes and instructions. And okay, yeah, they're kind of beat up and everything like that, but the thing that amazes me though is one of the sets I had, it only had 264 pieces, but you could build like 5 different things, and they were all good vehicles and things like that. And then I was looking at one of the Technic sets which were built recently, and just the pins, there was 400 pins, and it's just that sort of thing. So like you used to have sets where you'd have like your absolute limit was a couple hundred pieces, and now you get that in pins, and it's just like,
yeah,
no wonder it takes you like 15 hours to do anything.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like I say, the Technic back then was definitely a lot different to what there is today.
Yeah, I mean, and it's you probably obviously know the difference too. I mean, then it was more brick built, whereas now it's more lift arms and
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I had the little like pneumatic stuff and that.
Yeah.
With the little pipes and the hoses, but that's what I liked about Technic back then, Mr. Elder. Do you know what I mean? How you doing, Mr. Berries?
Mr. Berry, welcome along.
Was the Technic, like we say, the little pneumatic pumps, and you had like the motor pack and the battery box, and like you say, you had to connect the cable, and the car would go backwards and take me back to my childhood. I'm not against Technic. I'm just when I come out of my dark ages, I didn't want to go back into it. And, maybe I should get 1 or 2 sets. But no, I remember the old Technic, and the old Technic was epic. Same as the Pirates, as I say. You know, budget being no object, I would go pirate mad, forest mad, castle mad, definitely castle mad, you know. But again, we're talking hella amounts of money. We're talking I need like £5,000-6,000 to go and buy that stuff now.
Yeah.
You know, I don't do wish lists. I do set I want and set.
Well, some of the stuff I also wonder too if you do go back and revisit some of that stuff, if it will take the gloss off it, because the way that you remember it in your head is just so perfect.
But it's like you said again, taking it back to the road plates, the vintage grey ones. To me, that's what I had. I didn't have many as a child.
Yeah. No.
But I had like a couple of green ones, a couple of like non-road, just square green plates. You know, I'd have a few roads. So when it come to coming back into Lego, I was like, I'm now at the stage where I can decide whether I go with the new ones, which everybody has been using, and whether I go with the old ones. And I was fortunate and probably maybe guided a little bit in the fact that I got a job lot from a man that kept his son's collection for like 15 years. True Facebook marketplace story. You know, his son had gone off to college. You know, it was up in the spare room. They wanted to sell it. I went to pick it up. When I went there, there's like 25, 30 road plates, you know.
Wow.
There was 2 boxes. One had Spacemen in it and the other one had Technic in it. And there was all the instructions with it. It was literally his son's collection.
Yeah.
And when I got home, you know, that sort of made the decision for me, really, in which way I went. I could have got the new road plates, but I continued with the vintage, and I still will continue with the vintage, even though they've brought out the new ones. I've got no interest in delving into them yet, Mr. Elder. I need to get what I need vintage before I even think about going on to what I call the new base plates, which are the ones that are already out. And then the new ones, which are the ones that have just come out.
Yeah, it's like you're 2 generations of road plates behind.
Yeah, but I like it that way, because that way I don't have to worry about there being a shortage. You know, there is no shortage of my base plates.
Yeah, you got them all there.
That's it.
Doc's in the chat. Every time he calls him Mr. Helder, we are taken back to a 1970s sitcoms on PBS. I don't even know which one that would be, Doc, but yeah, I can imagine it's funny because each time you do that, I hear my dad. It's no, I'm not Mr. Helder. That's my dad. Like, cool. I think I'm gonna start wrapping this up now. So it's been great having you on and chatting, and certainly reminiscing on the way things used to be. God, I don't know about you, but it's starting to feel old now. It's like, oh no, I'm starting to become my parents.
I will say this, Mr. Elder, if you let me, right? If you do happen to draw the snowman, can you please drop a copy of it to my inbox? Because I'd like to see that.
Yeah. Well, next week I'm going to do part 2 of this.
Okay, save it next week. I'll throw it in the chat next week. And
yes, throw it in the chat next week, and we'll catch up on that one. Because it is part 2, so it'll be Christmas bent theme. But if people have got any other ideas, yep, more than happy to do that. So yeah, I'll do that one. What else have we got? We got Doc upstairs, downstairs, the Matterborn. Mr. Berry's Toys is saying hi to Brett. I'll just do a quick run through of what we did tonight. So we got. I'll just pop this up on the big screen, or just which way am I going to do this? There. Yeah. So we have. Get that out of the way. Brickshish, there's a hangover from her request from last week with Bruce Willis, Die Hard. Changed the gun out for a candy cane, so have that there. Then we had Emily from ReZero. Christmas Chicken, Probably not the one that was originally thought of, but there it is. My Little Pony. I have a Christmas Robin and on the holly, a Christmas jumper. And this was a fun one, actually. If people are sensitive and queasy, maybe just look away for the next 5 seconds. Krampus, which is a Central European hybrid between a devil and a goat. And if kids are bad, they actually get punished by this guy. So the opposite of Santa Claus. And then we had AC/DC in a Christmas style, so Angus Young. Very specific Elf on the Shelf request. We have Elf on the Shelf with oversized pants on his head with eye holes cut out. We wanted an epic Christmas tree, so we went for Rockefeller Plaza. Christmas tree there. Some falling presents. And Santa's sleigh. So that's it for this week. Thanks very much for everyone who's been along, and thanks to Brett for jumping in for a little bit and having a good chat with us here.
Matt, you know that, buddy.
Is there anything you want to get a plug in for, or what you might be doing in the next little bit on your channel?
I'm going to try and put a video out tomorrow. No promises though, but I'm going to try.
Excellent. Okay, well, we might be seeing that. Thanks to everybody who's been around, and we'll do the usual. If you enjoyed it, hit the thumbs up and subscribe. Appreciate that. And yeah, it's late. I got no idea anymore. So if there's things I should have said, just imagine that I did say them. Have a good one, everyone. Thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you soon. Bye.